Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a quite rainy day here in Vaasa today, and it's the last day at Vaasa Future Festival. And the topic today is going to be Nordic cooperation and case Kvarken. Välkommen ska ni vara till Kvarkenrådets seminariedag här på Vaasa Future Festival den sista dagen. Tervetuloa kaikille viimeinen päivä tässä Vaasa Future Festivalissa. Yhteinen kieli tänään on sitten englanti. Nordic cooperation and development, that's the topic today. We're going to talk about electric aviation. And we have an exciting day coming up. Today we will wear a face mask when we sit in the audience, and it's a name list there next to the entrance, so please sign in when you have a break afterwards. And what's better to start this day than to meet the director of Kvarken Council, Mathias Lindström. Good morning.
Good morning and welcome to you all, also from my side.
We met last year too at the same place, at the same time.
Yes.
Yes, we did.
Times goes fast. Even though we have been in a pandemic, it has been a lot of work during the last year. Mm. But we made a lot of promises also. So
yeah, you did.
So we have had a lot of things to do.
What happened? What has happened since last year?
Last year, you know, when Sture arranges seminars like this, he always forces us to make some kind of promises of what we are about to do during the coming year until we meet next time. And during our seminar last year, we promised that we will initiate a project in relation to electric aviation. We had a pre-project where we promised to make a full-scale project. That we have done, and we will have the interim results presented here during the day. We also promised that we will accomplish the establishment of the first fully Nordic EGTC, European Grouping for Territorial Cooperation. That we also have in place from the beginning of the year. And we also promised that we will initiate a project that will look into the possibility for a fixed link between Österbotten and Västerbotten. And that project is actually also up and running, so we are very happy to be here today and that we can report all these things.
It's been a busy year.
Yeah, it's extremely busy. And also, of course, a bit challenging when you haven't been able to meet people in person. But that's why we are happy now that we can arrange this seminar this year and with people also present. So that's a very nice thing for us.
What are you looking forward today to see at the program we have coming up? We have a lot of speakers and we have a panel discussion at the end of the program today. What are you looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to continue the discussions, and I'm also happy to see that we have a lot of politicians and decision makers that are here participating in the seminar, because they are in a key position if we're about to drive these things forward. So I expect good discussions and interesting interim results from the FAIR project, and that we could also get guidelines for our organization to continue to work, because one have to remember that the Kvarken Council is not doing projects for the sake of the Kvarken Council. Our goal is to promote cross-border regional development. And that's what we do, but to be able to do that, we need the support from the politicians. Mm-hmm.
And why is Kvarken region then the most suitable place to develop these projects that you have?
The Kvarken Council on the Kvarken region is the best region in the world, in my opinion. We have everything here that we need to be able to be a forerunner in the green transition. We have well-educated people, we have energy clusters, and we also see before our eyes how a battery cluster is also emerging here. So actually we have everything in place. What we need is we have to be more brave, even more brave, even though we are brave already, but we need to be more brave, and we need also people to move here and to get people from outside, not only Finland and Sweden, but also from around the world to come here and to be able to participate in this fight against climate change. Mm.
Mathias, you grew up in this region too. What's your first memory of Kvarken cooperation, or the ferry to Sweden, or the first memory?
I think actually the first memory is quite similar to all of the others that you went over with the ferry to buy candy and to have a good time. Mm. And actually we had a lot of ferry connections during that time when I was a young boy. But actually, I traveled more between Stockholm and Turku, because I was born in Stockholm, and we had our relatives here in Vaasa, so we traveled a lot between Stockholm and Turku. But yeah, that's probably the first memory.
And now we're going to talk about electric aviation today.
Yes, and that I think in a region like this that is growing, that has a lot of big establishment, new establishment coming up, but also a very strong industry cluster of both sides of the straits that are also doing a lot of investments. We need better connections, because we know that without connections we cannot have development and we cannot have cross-border cooperation. So that's why we don't only need a better ferry. We will get a better ferry during this month, and we have been working with that case for many years. But we need also better flight connections, we need better rail connections, and we need better road connections. That is to support. Not only, we don't do this for the case of building more infrastructure. We do this because we need regional development, and an infrastructure and transport system is the backbone in regional development.
Thank you, Mathias. We are going then to the next step today. We're going to talk about what does it take to be the early bird. Do you know what it takes to be the early bird?
As I said before, you need to be brave and to have brave politicians and dare to make decisions that might seem a bit unconventional. We have seen during a lot of these big projects, so for example the ferry project, when they initiated that, there was a lot of people saying that that is impossible, it will never happen. Now we see the ferry is coming in a month. When we started the electric aviation project with Jukka, many people was writing in the newspaper that this is something totally crazy. This will not be reality before 10 to 15 years. But now we see already that in a few years we will have the first electric planes up in the air for commercial use. So things are going fast, and now we also have to continue with a fixed link, and that will also happen sooner or later. We just have to push things forward.
Thank you, Mathias.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now, what does it take to be the early bird? We have Andreas Forsgren and Isak Brändström, FAIR project managers, here today too. Welcome. Yes, go ahead.
Test, you hear me? Perfect. Good morning, everybody. It feels great to be here today. My name is Andreas Forsgren, and you are?
My name is Isak Brändström.
And we work at Turen's on an assignment to the Kvarken Council for project management of FAIR, which is a Botnia Atlantica project, which has been running for 1 year now, and we have project end the last of October next year. So we are midway. And today will be sort of a preliminary result reporting, I would say. We have had a good run. We have produced a lot. But as I said, the results we are showing are preliminary and can still change somewhat until we deliver the final product. And I also want to tell you that everything we say today is about to be early, the early bird, remember. So the measures we are talking about is in that direction. So, since some of you might be new to FAIR, we are going to give you just a short introduction. It's 2 slides. FAIR is about, when we started FAIR in a pre-study, actually, of what's going to become FAIR in the fall of 19. Electric aviation was quite new in the scene, I would say. A lot of things have been happening since then in a very fast pace. And now we're talking not about only electric aviation, but also electric vertical takeoff and landing as they're like drones or helicopters, flying vehicles. So a lot of things are happening really fast. But that's one of the parts of the project. It's about learning more about this technique and also how the region can benefit from it and what it takes for the region to actually be able to use this technique. And as usual, when you have a project, you learn a lot during the way. So it's still evolving, I would say. And we had 3 work packages, but the first one run by the universities in this region, which in itself is a good result of other projects being run from the Botnia Atlantica program. It happens to be about the regional effects of this technique. What is happening? Where is it happening? And so on. The next part is about guidelines for implementation. What does it take in the region to open up for electric aviation? It's about charging infrastructure, of course, also at the airports, measures and such. Pretty much physical stuff mainly, and technology. We have recently released a report which Arne Smedberg from Biofuel region will be telling you more about. And then last, we have RISE, who are coordinating the cross-border innovation process. And the thought is to find ideas for prototypes for product services which adds value to electric aviation in this region. That's fair in a nutshell for me, trying to know something early on and be an early implementator if it's interesting to the region. Aviation is, of course, a possibility for the region. Mathias touched it somewhat. The region is, for me, a very mature collaboration in a cross-border region, which is quite unique. I would say that the traffic strategy for the E12 region is a really huge result, where you state where you want for the transportation system. It's a mature region in this field. And as long as things are happening and the technique is evolving, new opportunities are emerging. And this region is ready to harvest them, in my opinion. We are mature enough, and we want the same things in this region. So, still, the east-west communication is weak in this region. Long distances, geographical challenges, and we have to do something about it. And aviation seems to be a really good, even fossil fuel aviation is a really good communication. It shortens times, but today, through economics of scale and the flight industry, I think Lars Westin will say something more about that. We have a very hub-orientated hub and spoke system, which you actually could see on the screen. This example from Skellefteå to Kokkola, Jakobstad region. If you want to fly between, you have quite many transfers to get, since you don't have the direct flight. And you can see that you could go down to even a third of the total traveling time in exchange. This is a picture from a study performed by WSP in Finland. But this is the idea why aviation is interesting to the region to bridge the communication problem. But why electric aviation? I said aviation at first. Of course, it has some key features. It isn't really a fantasy if you look on what's happening. Arne will still tell you more about that, but in the coming years we will see electric aviation, and small planes are already in the air. So it's happening quite fast. If you might have, I would say, lower operation cost, the maintenance part, we will talk more about that, is said to be much lower, but also the fuel cost, the electricity is, for now, it's very linked, of course, to the price of electricity, what the fuel cost will be. But it looks like, as for now, it could be lower. And then, of course, you don't have any operative emissions, so it's an environmental friendly solution once in the air. Also, noise pollution is less. But the main thing, compared to other modes, is that the infrastructure is relatively cheap when you come to aviation, compared to, for instance, railways, which takes a long time, much of environmental pressure to build, and also money, of course. And that's the same with roads. See if it manages to change. So, the key question, will we have to do something for ourselves, or will it just happen? Will we see electric aviation in our region? Will we see it anywhere, or just happening? I think the answer is yes, in some locations where the prerequisites are correct, where it's high demand. I would say such a route is, for instance, Visby-Stockholm, where you have a high demand and you have business already running. But if you don't have a route, perhaps it's somewhat else. And I would also like to say, I like to show some news articles proving for me that it's happening. This is from March, where Novia pre-orders 20 electric aviation from Heart Aerospace in Sweden, and they say that they want to use it on short-haul routes and just exchange the present machines. But then during summer, during vacation, so many exciting things happened, which really makes me believe that it's happening really fast. The first thing is Bra and the region of Gotland telling me that they want to exchange the present machines by Electric Aviation as soon as possible, and they're saying 2026, if everything runs smoothly. So this is a place where it's just, I think, is going to happen, but it will be a cooperation with the region of Gotland, of course, as well. And then the biggest news, perhaps in the middle of July, where United Airlines, together with, let me get the name straight, Mesa Airlines, a big regional operator in the US, ordered 200 flights, electric aviation from Heart Aerospace, with an option for 100 more. That's 300 planes to be used as soon as possible. And for me, this is proof that it's happening quite fast. So, as I said, there are some key positive sides in this region for electric aviation. For once, we have the cooperation, the matureness I have been talking about. We have the low energy mix for energy production, which is a key feature, I would say, to have low pollution aircraft. But we also have an emerging energy cluster, which is a really great news. And I think there are huge synergies in these techniques and these businesses. And that what could be evolved in this region as well out of these two themes. But then again, we also have a growing tourism sector. This region is really doing a great work on the tourism scene, and I think electric aviation could suit that in another, more of an on-demand traveling way. But there are key challenges. You have to work with awareness. People have to know that electric aviation is coming, that it's safe, that's going to happen, so to speak. But we also need to think one more step and to see that it's adapted, because people want to go from point A to B, not to airport A to B. So you need to see the travel chain and make it effective. You also have to have competitive ticket prices. It can't be too expensive in order to get people to use it. And that's, of course, I just shortly mentioned, it's of course linked to the cost for electric aviation. That's capital cost for buying the airplane. It's also the price of charging, the price of electricity, and the airport fees. And last but not least, important EU regulation for procurement of sustainable drivelines or electric aviation or any other sustainable fuel on public service obligation. That's publicly procured airlines routes. So over to you, Isak.
All right, thank you, Andreas. And I would like to go into a little bit more detail about the costs of electric aviation. As Andreas mentioned, it has the possibility to be cheaper than conventional aviation as it is today. But it's important for us to understand the different parts of what makes up the ticket price in the end and what kind of costs faces the airlines, because then we know where we might have to do some kind of measures that could potentially lower the costs. And airlines operating today, they face, you could divide the costs into two types: the more operative costs, the direct operative costs of flying, that is fuel burn, and that is maintenance of engines and airframes and so on. And it's the airport charges or airport fees when you take off and land at airports. And then you have the fixed costs, that is there no matter how many hours you fly, you have costs that the airline needs to pay. That is a lot of different cost types, for example, monthly salaries or hangar costs. But then there's also the capital cost, that is the cost of the plane itself. And when we're talking about electric aviation, as we said, I think that the operative costs should be lower. You should be able to have lower fuel and maintenance costs. However, we see that the capital costs might be higher, at least initially. And as Andreas said, we in this project we're focusing on being early in implementing this new technology, and then you need to take that into consideration. So if you look at the fuel and maintenance part of this, we have done some calculations, and it's preliminary results, but we can see that electric motors are more efficient than the conventional motors, and that could mean that the fuel costs could be lower. But we have seen when we do these calculations as well that it's still important what the price of charging will be. In this chart, we have made one example where we have compared a conventional aircraft, which is the orange line, fuel cost per hour, with an electric aircraft, which is the blue line, at different costs of charging. So you see when the fuel cost per hour will be higher for the electric aircraft. And that is, I think, is an important lesson to understand that it will be a better economy as long as we can provide quite cheap charging prices. So that is something that we need to work with at our airports in our region. When it comes to maintenance, that is a huge cost for airlines in general. And with electric motors, you have fewer moving parts, so the engine maintenance should be significantly lower with electric aviation. And the developers of electric aircraft, they often state about 50% lower maintenance costs. So that should be a good thing for electric aviation, and a possibility of lower ticket prices and more profitable regional air routes than there are today. As for the capital costs, as I mentioned, as with all new technology, I think that also electric aviation, you could see this in electric cars, for example, they are often more expensive in the first phase before production ramps up. So I would think that it will be higher capital costs initially for electric aviation. And this is also buying a plane costs a lot of money. So for airlines, this is an important part of their economy. And therefore, for the regional airlines that mostly fly these small planes that we are talking about when we're talking about the first generation of electric aircraft, they often look to the used aircraft market and not buy new aircrafts, since they can have much lower capital costs. So what we see is this needs to be handled if you want to be early with electric aircraft. And that is what we are here to talk about today, me and Andreas. And we have tried to sum up in 3 slides here some of our preliminary thoughts on what should be done in this region to be early when it comes to electric aviation. And the first thing is awareness. Andreas mentioned it earlier, and we think that as with all new technology, you need acceptance from people to feel that it's a safe technology and that it works and that they believe that this will happen. And we also think that it's important to really try to understand the user needs. We have a new technology, we have new possibilities, and then we also have an opportunity to see how could this technology better or in the best way fit the needs of the public and private sectors of this region and the people who are traveling in this region. So we think that you should market this possibility and also talk with different actors and to continue the strong cooperation that is present in this region as well. Then, as I was talking about the ticket prices, and that is of course important, and the profitability for the airlines in order to get an air route up and running. So here are some takeaways that we have seen, that if you want to have a low fuel cost, and if you want to, or low charging costs to enable this, then you need to be smart in the investments you are making at the airport level. You need to be analyzing what power need will there be from aircrafts, and out of that find cost-effective solutions for charging. And that could be, for instance, local energy production at the airport level, or it could be energy storage, where you maybe have second life for batteries, where you could use them as energy storage at the airport level to then, instead of fast charging, which directly from the grid, which is fairly expensive, you could slow charge these energy storages or battery packs and then charge from them to the aircraft. That could lower the costs. And as we are in this period of transitioning from fossil fuels to more clean fuels in general, there are a lot of funding from the EU level and from the nation state levels, and that will be the case for the necessary infrastructure for electric aviation as well. And we think that there will be grants and there will be funds, and you should use them at the airports in this region. And also it will be important to review the airport fees that are present today to see that if there are ways that they could be changed to promote electric aviation more.
I promise to take the last slide as well. So I'm coming back for a couple of seconds. And we still have a couple of minutes, right, Anna? Perfect. But how to establish a route? You could do that in several ways. We will state two. One way is to procure it as a public service obligation, a public procured route, so to speak. And that is, of course, risk handling as well in its finest form. And that is the second alternative we see as well. It's some kind of PPP solution, private-public partnership, where you guarantee a demand. That's also risk handling. Could be done in different way. It could be travel policies, for instance, or you could buy spots on aircraft on this route. But it's risk handling, as we said, and that's linked, of course, to the high initial capital cost if you want to be early. Someone needs to help the risk sharing to get the economic models working. Sorry, I'm in the way. One thing you have to mention also, which we haven't stated, is instead of buying a new aircraft once they are available, is to retrofit, to switch engine from a conventional engine to electric engine. And there's a company called Magni-X in Seattle who actually does this, and they are trying to license this as well in a company, together with a company outside Vancouver. They use it for island hopping, a small seaplane. Also, door-to-door, the user perspective, the door-to-door solutions, you have to keep on working with that so that you get the full benefits, that you as a user really can use electric aviation in some kind as a part of your trip. And what's happening in Skellefteå Airport both regarding to charging, I would say, is a good example. And you could surely give them a call or an email and get more information. But they're also having this new pilot project on electric vertical takeoff and landing together with the Northvolt factory for so to speak, a drone or a helicopter / line between the airport and Northvolt factory. And last but not least, if you invest, if you're early, I would say that you really would like to get something more back from your investment. So we would really, from the project, advise you to support development of smart specialization through this sector if you or an early implementer. Make use of being early, not just as a test center, but develop your industry, a new industry, because this could be a huge opportunity. And I know that Antti will tell you more about that later on. I think our time is up, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Isak and Andreas. Very interesting. We're going to sit down for a while. Yes. Yeah, you can sit close. The flight industry, it has changed a lot during the past 2 years. Of course, during the time with COVID-19. A year ago, or a couple of years ago, this discussion was not that ordinary, so to say, in the media. But that has changed. Is it all about the awareness and acceptance, or?
The discussion changing
about... It is obviously changing about electric aviation. It's getting more ordinary too in the media.
I think it's because it's happening fast, and I think that people see the advantages of electric aviation. You need also, of course, to clean the transport sector, and this is, for short-haul traveling, I would say a good opportunity. Then we haven't talked about longer trips and other sustainable fuels. Perhaps Arne will tell you a bit more later on. For hydrogen is a more interesting solution for longer distances, for instance. Still electrical energy, but... So I think that the technique is going fast forward, and that's what you're seeing. It's getting more mainstream.
More mainstream.
I would like to add something. I think it's been happening very fast, and the technology has been moving forward. But I think also the whole situation with the pandemic has really got to the airline industry, and it's been a tough couple of years for the airline industry. And I think that it's... it might have been a time for starting to think about new ways of doing things, and I think that comes with an openness, and that is could call it a window of opportunity that has been due to the pandemic and due to the whole situation that's been really tough for the industry. At the same time as the technology is moving forward, and at the same time as the climate crisis have become more urgent. So I think those three things together has really led up to electric aviation becoming more mainstream.
It was the right time.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. And we talk about development and regional development. We also have Riitta Björkenheim, Development Director at VASEK, here today, and I would like to welcome her to the stage to continue the discussion about how to be an early bird. Yes, that would be great. Riitta, you have a lot of experience and know-how in regional development. How do you see the need of being an early bird?
Well, of course, it's clear when we are sitting in Vaasa, so there is a clear need, and I was thinking after Isak and Andreas speaking that this is the right place for talking about this issue, because we do have the courage and we do have the culture, but we have also culture or an ability to innovate something new and adapt it. So we have a succeeding culture here. So I believe that's one of the issues, how you can be and should be an early bird. Energy Vaasa companies have a lot to offer to this when you talk about charging and loading and these things like this. You mentioned, can I continue?
Yes, of course. Go ahead.
You mentioned about the cross-border aspect, which is very important here when we speak about this in Vaasa, Sweden, Finland and Norway. And the short distances are both positive and both a bit negative, because we are used to travel here. We don't have the good connectivity at the moment, but we are so used to travel here. So maybe we should think this as an opportunity as well. And when we talk to our politicians, so this could be one of the issues we always need to highlight, that we want to improve it, and it has to be on our lobbying list. And the third issue, what you're asking, is of course the environmental aspect. When we read the news, we always see that we have to take it into account, and traffic and connectivity is one of those. So yes, I think those three: ability to succeed, and connectivity, and then environmental.
Sounds good. Thank you. Thank you, Riitta. You mentioned too the tourism sector, the traveling market. How will that change? Are they prepared? The flight industry might be prepared, but the other ones?
Perhaps you have a much better answer, Riitta, but and you could supplement me later on. But what I'm hearing is that people want a joint experience of the region. They want to see many places, and they don't want to exclude something. And then electric aviation could provide the perfect match, so to speak, that you get an opportunity to travel to the region. And if you can travel around 400 kilometers with electric aviation, you cover pretty much of the region. You could perhaps in 2 stops cover very much of the region. So you could get perhaps in the long run a cheap opportunity to see the region and do what you want as a user. I think that's important. But please, I think you have much
you have
more
experience from.
Yes, we have
sector.
experienced in Finland a huge domestic travel increase these COVID years. So I believe that with this new region, we have traveled Finland back and forward now. The next phase will be Sweden and Norway, and we are traveling this our region quite more frequently. When you can do it environmental friendly, quicker, and I wouldn't say here cheaper, but anyhow easier. So that could, I believe that this fair project will be doing in different phases. First we will be sending drones. Then we'll be sending parcels and then you can order lunch from Umeå to Vaasa, one of these beautiful days. And after that we start doing with passengers. So then it will increase as well.
Sounds great.
Yes. And actually, if I may add, so Andreas had tried, when we go abroad, when the abroad traveling is allowed again, so then of course the offering here will be brilliant, because you can offer with 3 days and you can travel in Finland, Sweden and Norway, and this connectivity will allow you to come from Asia or many places. But it sounds funny when you talk about it today when you're not allowed and the borders are closed, but one of these beautiful days.
How about the demand then? How can we, so to speak, work more with acceptance, awareness, and also creating the demand, the public demand? It's much about that one too.
Yeah, it is. And as Andreas mentioned earlier, there is no route today in this region, commercial air route. And we believe that there might be openings for that in the future, partly due to the technology itself and what it brings, but also due to what is happening in this region, and not least with the battery technology cluster and the clean energy cluster. We think that there will be larger need to travel between the different parts of this region going forward, and then you need to combine that with finding out what people want and where they want to go in this region, and really keeping the user perspective in mind always.
So this could be a next step to a new labor market too.
Exactly, I was going to add that labor market. We need to increase the labor market because we have the competencies that all these 3 regions require in the future. So this will be a huge asset when you try to attract here new talents globally. So when you tell them that they can work, they can live one of these places and work on this whole area. So that will be a benefit. And the demand today, what we have, there are students. There are workers that work already today in the hospitals and other places, so that will increase, that should increase. And with this demand coming, what we are growing at the moment, then there will be also more offering. So it's like a circle, you need to have that offering also.
Yeah.
Yes, might add that this region, I think you've already done it once. I'm looking at the ferry project, and I think consistency, that's for me what is mirroring. It's coming a new ferry now, it's consistent work. People are relying on that the transport possibility will be there for a long time. It's key. People have to rely that you can fly, you can use the boat. And I also think electric aviation is not competition regarding to a new ferry. Perhaps it's a complement. It's another use, so to speak.
Now let's see if the audience here have questions to Isak, Andreas and Riitta, or comments. It doesn't have to be questions. Could be comments too. There's one. Kai.
Yeah, I'm Kai Suomela. I'm the regional mayor of Ostrobotnia. Thank you for the presentation. It was very interesting. I think it's a future, and one detail was interesting, to change all DC planes or airplanes to electric. That was good. But I have a question about this price, electric price compared with this traditional fuel price. Where are we today? You have probably seen that of course the grid price differs a little from day to day, but what is the advantage at the moment? What's the difference between traditional and electric? Thank you.
Thank you, Kai. What's the answer?
Yeah, thank you. It's a little bit hard to answer, I would say, since there is really not that many charging stations for aircraft yet. There are some present at some airports where they are trying out the first generation of electric aircraft now. But you could mention that jet fuel is the cost of that is quite stable, but it also differs a lot between different airports. It's also jet fuel is also exempted from tax as for now, and as we think that you need to be around maybe closer to 0.5 euros per kilowatt hours or something like that in order to be more competitive for an electric aircraft. But then again, it also differs between different aircrafts due to the energy consumption of the aircraft. We can see that the chart that I showed was a 19-seater aircraft compared to another 19-seater aircraft, but for smaller aircraft there's one airplane that's being developed right now called the Aviation Alice, which is really energy efficient, and then you could have a little bit higher charging prices and still be competitive. So it differs between different airports and different aircraft models, I would say.
Any more comments? Yes.
Thank you very much. This is very interesting. I'm from Nordmaling in Sweden. Do you think it will lead to some kind of change in the airport, the number of airports? Small airports in Sweden at least are often having, they get quite a lot of support from the government to be able to live. Will the number of airports increase or decrease, or what do you think in the future?
Andreas?
Wow. It's a hard and tricky question. I remember once we started with this, of course, that was one of the thoughts that perhaps you could need new aircrafts or airports. But then again, I'm not quite sure. I think we'll have to see. I don't know if you have to add something about it. It's a tricky question right now. I'm not having a solid answer to you. I think that this vertical takeoff and landing, where they are heading in the future, is key, and perhaps they can play a major role in the future depending on what's happening. They could also be some kind of small electric aviation, actually, not just the standard plane we are seeing and what we have been talking about today very much, which we started off in FAIR. But they just need a heliport, for instance. They don't need an airport. So the definition of an airport is also interesting. Sorry for not providing a straight-on answer, if anyone wants to add. So.
I can only comment my personal opinion. I think this creates opportunities for smaller airports. It needs regulation changes. It needs for changes with the national airport authorities, Swedavia and Finavia, and I don't know what it's called in Norway, but it needs several regulatory changes, but still it gives an opportunity for smaller routes. Yes.
One more question or comment.
It's more a comment. Smaller airports will probably be more accessible because what you haven't said is that electric aircraft demands a really shorter starting and landing compared to a regular aircraft. And with this Heart Aerospace, they will be like buses, because they will be like regional buses, because they don't need to have the security checks and everything, because there are just 19 seats. So that means that actually that today, with the regulation today, that will be more accessible with airports that don't have like a regional traffic, that they just have private today, that can be reopened again. That's what we've seen. I worked in a project called Green Flyway Test Arena before in Sweden, so that's one of the big advantages with electric aircraft.
Thank you. And we had one question. Back there, yes. And that's the last question for this panel.
Thank you. So this is actually more a curiosity that when it comes to the point of electric aviation, are you also going to use the clean energy for the when it comes to the point of like electric aviation thing? So the energy source, is it clean? Are you going to use renewable energy? No.
Yeah, I would say that that is one of the main positive, or one really positive thing about this region is that we have a fairly clean energy mix in Norway, Sweden, and Finland, and yeah, I would think that that is really a good thing for this region, and that is why electric aviation also might be a good fit for this region.
Good. Thank you, Riitta, Isak, and Andreas. Thank you very much. We are going to continue discussing electric aviation, and we have next Antti Mäenpää, and after that Arne Smedberg and Lars Westin. So we're going to have a panel after these three presentations. But first up, Antti Mäenpää.
Thank you very much. Hopefully you can hear me now. Next, test out this slide changing machine, how it works, but there's no slides yet, so I guess they'll be coming soon. But yeah, I'm Antti Mäenpää from University of Vaasa. I'm here today with my colleague Helga Kalliomäki, and also one of our colleagues, Mikko Karho, has been working with this, looking at basically ongoing activities and future activities and how electric aviation links with these sort of things. And now we have the slides, good. So that is what we are basically looking today. We have the title of how to benefit from electric aviation, but in a sense, a lot of these things were already mentioned in this previous speak. So what I'm basically doing today is kind of try to put them on a map for you so you can see them. But there is also quite interesting addition to this, some history from the region, which is relevant for, I think, for this electric aviation. So we have this pioneer aviation things happening in the region with this Count von Rosen's flight from Umeå to Vaasa, and basically how the Finnish Air Forces were born here. We have this statue, eagle statue, to remind us of that event. So it's interesting that this region actually has kind of like already this sort of pioneer aviation things ongoing in the history, which is a nice story to add to this bravery thing, I think. But if you look at the existing actions and what is happening currently, we have the Kvarken region, and we have some airports mapped here. And it is an EGTC, so this European grouping of territorial cooperation. And this, of course, means that it is a legal entity, and towards European Union, this kind of makes this region a region, so to speak. So one region besides Västerbotten or Ostrobothnia, and makes it one entity, so to speak. And we have, of course, ongoing actions, and some of these, like the ferry, is not here yet, but it will be soon arriving. And we also have news from Sweden about this Skellefteå, this Nordvolt gigafactory, so battery activities ongoing there, and also of course this Hart Aerospace in Gothenburg. So they are working on these new planes, which hopefully will be here in 2026. And this is very interesting that our two main industries kind of linked with this electric aviation, of course, are the battery industry, but as well as the hydrogen industry, which is still very in early developments at the moment. Of course, in Finland also, we have in southern Finland, there is in Hamina and Kotka, they are planning on these precursor and cathode-based material factories. They are ongoing. And we, of course, also have what is happening here in Vaasa. So Johnson Matthey first and Freyr batteries after this. And also in Kokkola, this lithium mining industry working on, and also some sort of education for engineers in chemical matters. So there is lots of ongoing activities and future activities here. And there is also this link between these different industries, which was mentioned before. So of course, we are talking about different companies which have to some extent probably different markets, and they are probably also competing to some extent with each others. But they have this probably common need for expertise, which was mentioned previously. So they will need experts in the region. And this is something that we already have good kind of expertise from the energy companies here, so they know how to try to attract talent here. And this is something which the battery industry, of course, will also need from here. There's also lots of these hydrogen-based activities. There are plans, for example, here in Vaasa region, Wärtsilä has plans to build these power-to-X facilities here. And there are also activities in Umeå and between Prahe. There was this news about perhaps building some sort of hydrogen line between them, and lots of hydrogen-based activities as well. And of course, Västerbotten is also looking at hydrogen as one of their future specializations for the region. So lots of hydrogen-based activities ongoing. And what is very interesting here is the blue dots, so the airfields. So even if there will be someday a link between Umeå and Vaasa, a road to connect them two cities, there will be a need to probably for experts to travel between these different facilities. And this might sound like odd, like that why would some experts work with several companies, for example, but we know, for example, from Jakobstad or Pietarsaari that in the boat building industry, it is actually a common thing that some experts work with even competing companies. So they share their expertise between the companies, key expertise when that is required. So this is something that could be learned from both industry here. So lots of very interesting things that connect nicely with this electric aviation, kind of provide perhaps a good basis for this new industry. And of course we can support it. One example is to look at European Union, try to look at smart specialization and build a strategy based on this now that there is this EGTC status. So this is something which we might look in the future. And of course, as mentioned previously, this link with tourism, it would be probably nice to have a plane flying over a Kvarken archipelago, which has no noise pollutions, and it's very nice to see the view from there. So lots of potential for tourism, I think, and also, of course, for manufacturing. So most of the battery companies, I think, have now mentioned this electric aircrafts as one potential clients as well. So they are probably building batteries for them as well in the future. So there is lots of good basis for this electric aviation to spur here and expertise that will probably gather here in the future. And the need to connect the different actors is, of course, very, very clear, I think. But I don't think that I have too much more on this, so I thank you very much for this mapping exercise. As I said, a lot of these things were mentioned previously, so I was just showing you the map today, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Antti, Associate Professor of University of Vaasa. And if you have questions to Antti, keep those questions in mind for a while. And we'll continue with Arne Smedberg, CEO Biofuel Region. Welcome up. And we will have a panel discussion after these 3 presentations.
Hello. Yeah, very nice to be here in Vaasa. It was some time ago I was here, and it feels very nice to get here because it has not been so much traveling for the last time for some kind of reason. And I'm the CEO of Biofuel Region, and we are a company that works in the northern part of Sweden, but we also have a lot of projects together with this region in Finland and also in Norway. And we do different projects like this, electric air, but also like forest research and forest mechanics, how to get the forest sheep out of the forest, and also a lot about the biofuels and like algae. So we do a lot of different things. And I have some pictures here that maybe they bring up soon. And we have we were in this project from the beginning, the FAIR project, and it was we've been working for a year now, and I have this very interesting question for today. When will electric aviation be a part of everyday life? And I will answer that in a proper way, hopefully, in the ending of this talk. You can take the next picture. Okay, I'm doing this. Okay, no secretary here. Yeah, we have made this report, Electrical Aviation 2021 Technological Overview, and you can find it on the homepage of kvarken.org. And I will talk about the electric aircraft, all the different energy carriers that you can have, and the infrastructural requirements that you need, and also a little piece of the rules and regulation, and then the question that I will try to answer. So you heard about the electrical aircraft, and they have a lot of advantages that you also heard about, that they are very less noise than the ones that we go with today, and they, as somebody said, it require shorter runways. That could be important for the smaller places, and we think they are less expensive to operate, as Isak has told us. So we hope that we'll do it in that way, and they certainly have lower CO2 emissions. In this part of the world, here up north in Sweden and Finland, it's kind of zero emission. But there's also some limitation, and that's the energy storage. That's the biggest, I think, the biggest issue with electrical aircraft. And that gives you the limitation in size and range. And we have the charging standards that are not in place. Here you can see all the different kinds of ways that different kinds of drive change in aircrafts, and you see in the top the electrical. It's that you have some kind of charging at the airport, and then you have the battery that keeps the energy, and then you have an electrical engine. Looks quite easy, but you also have the hydrogen side, where you have like some kind of refueling gas liquid at the airport, and then you have to have some kind of tubes in the aircraft, and then a fuel cell to get the hydrogen into electricity. And you also always have to have some kind of battery in a hydrogen plane, and then you have the electrical engine. And in a conventional craft, you have just the refueling, the fuel tank, and the jet engine that you all know how it works, maybe. There's coming a lot of electrical aircraft. That's coming all the time, and that one that we really know that works, that is the Pipistrel Aero, and they will show them next week in Skellefteå, and that's a two-seater that they have used them in Gothenburg for training pilots. And we also heard about the magnets. They retrofit, they put in electric engines in conventional aircraft. And that could be a smart thing, because you always have to overhaul the engine in a traditional aircraft in some time, some hours. Differs some time. And maybe the most interesting that you also heard about is the Heart Aerospace, that have this 19-seater that they really want to bring to us. And in this summer you heard that they have sold a lot of airplanes. But there's always some remarks in this selling that they will fulfill all the requirements that the company has, all the security, and they have to be certified. And in Europe we have the EASA, and in US they have another one. So this is, I think this is an issue for electric to get a guarantee that it works. And it's also very important, but if one aircraft would fall down, it could be a problem for the electric flying for a long time. So there's some other plane also that are coming up. And we have the fuel cell electric aircraft, and they can go, like they have a longer range, and they can be bigger, but it's also other problems, and as I said, they always have to have some kind of battery, and they use the battery to get up in there, and then they can go by fuel cell, because otherwise they have to have such a big fuel cell on board to take it up. And it's a lot of projects around Europe and around the world, so it's quite interesting development. And there's also the hybrids, the hybrid electric aircraft that maybe have 1 or 2 electric engines and 1 traditional engine. So they can use them together, and sometimes they have they can also make electricity on board with 1 engine. So it's a lot of different types that the industry are trying to, what is the best way. And for the electric battery plane, that's really important about the development of the batteries. I think that's one of the most important things, because if you get, as you see where we are now, if you can come the energy density line up, and it's going upwards now, but if you go through the blue target over there, then it will be easier for have bigger sizes and go further away. So that's very important. But I mean, it looks good. The development looks good, and the price is going down. The hydrogen as an energy carrier is, as you see, it's an energy density per unit mass is 3 times higher than traditional jet fuel, and that is really nice. And some airport maybe could develop their own infrastructure to support the aircrafts. But there's also a lot of challenges, transport and infrastructure is not, it's not so easy, and it could be a problem to have it nearby if you have electricity and you have jet fuel and you have hydrogen. So it's a lot of different security reasons and how to put them together. And there's only a problem with storing the hydrogen in the aircrafts. Airbus have made some prototypes, and you see that the hydrogen takes a lot of space in the aircraft. So it could be less space for the passenger or what you're trying to move around. But Airbus think that they have some planes in 2035. And it's also that today the hydrogen is fossil based, most of it, but that will change. We will see to that this will change in this region. And you heard about the eVTOLs, that the very short takeoff landing, that Lars is always saying that I should have one at my home so that I can go up and go to Kittifjell and then go home again and have a nice time there. But the eVTOLs now are pretty short range, and that they have this a project in Skellefteå where they are preparing for an eVTOL that between Northvolt and the factory. And there's some, Katla Aero has developed one in Sweden, and there's also other who's making these small eVTOLs, and it's kind of dream for you to have it on the car where you have the car instead, and they have an eVTOL and you go everywhere you want. I mean that must be a dream for everyone. Everyone wants to fly, but we see it differs a lot for what we are talking about here, but like commercial regional flying. So it's more take more people to further away, but this could be like instead of like taxi, local taxi, or a little bit more than local, maybe. If the roads are not going in the right direction, you have a big river or something, it could be very smart, or in big cities when you have so much traffic and so on. And then we have the charging at the airport, and all the airports must have a good connection to the network, so they can build have some connection at the tarmac, so they can put good chargers there. And I mean now it's the standards are not quite there yet, so they think a lot about how to charge. You have some arms that go into the aircraft and back, and it's also interesting how much energy you must put in the aircraft and how fast it will go. I mean, if you have really short time, you have to have a very big charger, and then they can cost more. And they're talking about the energy price, but it can also be the price of charging that can differ a lot, because the charger costs a lot of money. So that's something that you have to think about. It's not just the energy, it's just to have a good charger that you can use. I mean, in the beginning, maybe it's just a few planes that are using that infrastructure. So today they have this in Skellefteå. They have made a connection, but it's not a charger. It's a connection for a charger that is quite big, and they will inaugurate it next Friday. The other charges that they use now is often that like Pipistrel, they can bring their own chargers, and they are quite small. That's about the same as a car charger, because the planes are so small. So this must grow up and get bigger when we get the 19-seater from Hart. You see, about 750 to 2 megawatt. That's I mean, if you have a very hard schedule, you maybe just have like 30 minutes to fill it up a bit, maybe. You maybe not have to fill it all top it. So, traveling by electric aircraft within 5 to 10 years will most likely be possible. I think it's and you can go by maybe 50 passenger, 300 kilometers about, as we see the improvement of the industry. We don't think that the technical challenge will not be the bottleneck, but the certification process, as I told you before, that could be a problem, because it's the flying industry is very conservative, and hopefully I think they're doing a lot now on EASA to bring in this new technology and see that it have maybe easier, but still they have to do it very well though. And there's, as I said, no charging standard. It's coming, but it's not there yet. So the commercial scheduled electric flying would take some years to be in place. And as they said, the regional needs is very important driving force. I mean, if there's no needs, there will never be any electric flying, regional flying here around, as it is now. It's not any scheduled flying here now. So that's very important for this to happen. So thank you very much. Thank you for listening. And
thank you, Arne. We'll have a seat there at the panel. And if you have questions, keep those in mind too for the panel discussion. And if you are participating through a stream link today, you can also ask questions that way. So welcome Lars Westin, Professor in Regional Economics, Umeå University.
Thank you.
The stage is yours.
Yes, thank you. Happy to be here again. My first trip from Umeå to Vaasa was when the ferry came in 72 or 73, when I came over as a teenager. That's another sort of trip that we made that time. But I'm really happy to be here again at this event. And I will talk about electrical regional aviation in the Kvarken region. And I think it's two things. The electrical aviation is one thing, and the regional aviation is another thing. Because the main point I will try to do here now is to try to understand why there is no regional aviation currently. So what has the obstacles been that we don't have regional aviation within the Kvarken, so the cross-border and another sort of aviation. And then we can add on that the electric aspects. So as Antti told, I mean, we are in an area where in 1918 the first flight was made. And it's important to remember that the Wright brothers, the first, so to say, airplane that took off was in 1903 in the United States. So it took 15 years for this to spread up here. And it was quite fast development. And of course, aircraft looked very different. And the airport was the ice outside Umeå and the ice in Vaasa. That was the sort of, the ice was very, very important in many aspects. In Sundsvall, the first airport was on the ice and so. We can add to that Niilo and Valto Karhumäki. And they started the Car Air airline after the Second World War. So there is a gap here between 1918 and after the Second World that I don't know so much about. There might be flights here, of course, during the wars and so in between. But they started Car Air, and that was later became part of Finn Air. Well, you are from Finland, you know about this very well. And so what we have tried to do, given those two starting points, is to see, so to say, what attempts has been made to start up regional aviation across the strait. And here has Hans Beyer, previously at Kvarken Council, and Erik Lindström in Skellefteå that have had aircrafts and airlines for a long time, been valuable information for me. But if you see a line that's not on the list, I'm very happy if you could add more so we get a more complete list. But I think this, anyhow, is very interesting. So in 73, John Air, as many of you know, started. But that has always been taxi and charter type of flights. So they have not moved over to regular flights for many reasons. Because taxi and charter is much easier than once you go over to regular flights, that you have a timetable, you're more controls and demanding. You have to offer more time on passengers and such things. So that. But then from 79, and you can see here, continue, there have been many attempts, very short, 2 years, new actor, and so on. So that's very interesting. So what we can say from this, is that persistence has to be very important. And when we talk about those with those actors, they say they never had capital enough to make a market of it. Lots of things stopped them before they really had got the market working. People didn't know about them. And then we have all the obstacles about go over cross borders between countries. There were, I mean, you were forbidden to go over and take up passengers and move on within another country for a long time. So that's 1990, so the regulation of that came. So persistence seems to be very important. So you need an actor that, and that has not to do with electric aviation, it has to be regional aviation. You need an actor that can create a market for many years, so to say, and then it can maybe start. Because this is even when the ferry line took 1 million passengers a year, and there was no regional aviation, just taking 5 people in the air back and forth every day. That's very interesting. So there has been strong obstacles, I would say, and it's important to identify those. But then one is, if you look at the old network from 60-61, you can see, I mean, even Umeå has no airport here. And it's around 1961 that lots of airport was constructed. There were airports, I think Nordmaling was the first airport for Umeå. And so, and lots of things happened. And if you look at when the aircraft were smaller, and so you have a network with perhaps a little more hubs. Sundsvall acted as a sort of hub, for instance, in Sweden. And so it was not only Stockholm, Helsinki, and Gardermoen that was the hubs. If you look at now, this has the network has been what we call the hub-spoke networks, national, but they are national, still within the Nordic corporation, where we have a goal that should be very important. This should be the most integrated region in the world, they say. It's still a very strong national capital-oriented hub-spoke network. So it's once again this, why don't we have lines, cross borders between the countries up here? There has been lots of missions. I mean, the Kvarken Council has been active in trying to make studies and so about in previous time, especially around 1990, I would say, attempts to create networks there. And here I show some, here are others. And sometimes when you look back and look at this, one is surprised, why didn't they believe that there should be flights between all the airports? So why did they pick only few of them, so to say? And so I don't know. If I would make a vision now, as Riitta said, I would, yeah, it's very optional to have flights between all airports, of course. So then there's a question about persistence, a question about demand, so to say, and lack of competition. So if you have competition from a railway, it is of course more difficult. But in many aspects in this region, you don't have competition from railway. So what happened instead of getting a regional type of network? Returns to scale. Everything became larger. The airlines had interest to have larger aircrafts. The aircraft producers wanted to do larger things. The airport wanted to have larger airports. And it was very much a natural competition. So Sweden wanted a strong Arlanda to compete with Helsinki and Gardermoen. The Norwegians want to have, or Copenhagen, and every nation wanted to have a strong national airport. And that meant that, so to say, the hub and spoke structure within each country was became stronger and stronger. And once there was quite a lot of smaller aircraft. You can see them up in the mountains also here. But I mean, in Vancouver and in the United States, they are still quite frequent. But they have almost disappeared. There's John Air and some others. And they look like that. I think when we look into the future now, when we have electric engines, I think in the beginning they will look like this. But I would say within 15 years, we will have smaller aircrafts that where was he? Here he sits. Was showing some slides on. I think the design of the future aircraft will change very much when we get the new type of engine. And also that was said that we will have shorter landing and starting times or distances. So that will also change very much when it comes to smaller aircrafts. I mean, we can already now, of course, given what we have heard about so to say, the way that we know for the moment that the cost and so of electric air, we can identify. In this, we have type of charge. We have, you start here, and if you go out your car, you can go directly away. Otherwise, you have to go to a railway station or an airport, and then the speed of this train or the car or the aircraft determines how far away you get. And as was said, I mean, electric air may not need the same sort of security and such things. So perhaps we can have much faster approach to the airport and away, so to say. But the interesting here is that for the moment, an electric air will compete very much on the same distances as high-speed train. So high-speed train will be a very costly way of going, while electric aircraft will be perhaps less costly on the same distances. But since people or policy seems to invest very much in high-speed train, that will make it more difficult for electric air. But by time, the distance will increase, as was said, and on all roads where there are no high-speed train, electrical air or regional air will be maybe competitive. And we have studied that and was shown earlier. It's clear that across the Kvarken Strait, regional air, I would say, would be today also already now competitive from a time perspective. And with electric, that will be even stronger, so to say. So it's because there is no competition for high-speed rail, and when the fixed link comes, of course, there will be a strong competitor. But still, even with the fixed link between Umeå and Vaasa, I mean, going from Jakobstad over to Skellefteå might still be competitive trip with aviation. So summary, electric aviation will be very competitive over sea and mountains. And regional aviation will of course be competitive on the same type of roads. And regional aviation is already today, I would say, competitive in geographically large and sparsely populated areas. And that's typical of what the Nordic countries are. So one is extremely surprised not to find regional aviation up in this area. So why has it not been persistent then? I think it's for Sweden, for instance, the regional transport actors are not allowed to include aviation in their networks. So it is a state, only the state. And the state says it should be in between counties only. So, and that are often distances where there are quite good communication, so to say, on rail and road. So I think with a stronger regional interest from the actor, possibility for regional activities, and for cross-border activities, I think a body like the EGTC, the Kvarken Council, could be very active to promote a persistent regional aviation already today, and so to say, have such strong muscles to create demand. And it seems that the strait currently is too short for the large aircraft. It's not cost efficient to go down with large aircraft. So we need some sort of new, smaller aircraft. But as I said, I think with a strong actor like Kvarken Council, we can have regional aviation already today. And we have the airports. So where will the first route be? It's open to the market and to policy. if there is a strong actor, I think we could have already now Vaasa, Umeå, and Skellefteå, Jakobstad, for instance. That would be possible to test. Because in aviation, it's very much of testing. Is demand large enough? And then you try something else, because you are not so dependent on fixed infrastructure for the links. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Lars. Very interesting. Thanks a lot. You talked about how to benefit from electric aviation when it would be a part of everyday life and where the first route will appear. Where do you see the collaboration, the need for it right now, if you want to be an early bird? Where is the collaboration needed between countries or markets?
Well, I would say we need an organization that are working over the border, so to say. And I think we have one.
Yeah, we do.
So I think it's just a question about starting up this.
Yeah.
And then we have, in other circumstances, like more business-oriented and workforce-oriented flights, like the one that can be between Jakobstad and Skellefteå. I mean, there are other actors that can add to this. Mm. But I think also to get competitive airlines, they need more, or they can be, of course, their use of the aircraft. I mean, the aircraft have to be in the air. So if you could complete, you have the cross-border routes, and then you have some routes within each country also that could add and make a ground for a sustainable airline.
Thank you. We have a couple of minutes if you have any questions or comments. I know Peter has one. Yes, Peter, go ahead. There's the microphone.
Thank you very much. It has been very interesting. We already started the journey this morning, and I would say that we can hear the early bird singing when we are listening to the experts. Riitta Björkenheim was talking much about the labor market and how we are in the future, especially we will depend on each other on the both sides of the sea. And then when I was looking upon the map and possible routes in the future, we can see that there are 3 regions representing Finland and 2 regions from Sweden. And I know that this question might be a little bit sensitive, but since I know that there are a lot of activities going on also in the Norrbotten region, and many people, especially from the northern part of Ostrobothnia, is working in Norrbotten. Could it be possible to also add Norrbotten into this project in the future?
Wants to answer or comment?
I'm not sure if I should or we should respond of that. Perhaps there is other people here. But I think it's an interesting question because, I mean, by tradition, this collaboration has, of course, been very, very focused on Umeå, Vaasa, and Skellefteå, Jakobstad, and so Seinäjoki, and so. But there is, I mean, towards Norway, we have to include Norrbotten, the airports in Norrbotten also, and in Sweden, Västernorrland to the south. I think that should be, if I look at the Swedish side, we can do similar comparisons on the Finnish side, to establish a network of roads that really is crossing the straits in different ways, and also have done additional flights for Kiruna, for instance, in northern Sweden. So, but I mean, given that we have the airports, and given that we will get a regional airline or many regional airlines that will try to see where is demand and how do we activate demand so people know that it's possible to fly, that they have this as their option, so they, okay, I can take that way, as in any ordinary bus or, as was said, or railway network, so to say.
And the financing system is getting bigger. The Botnia Atlantica is growing, so the Norrbotten will be included in the next year.
One more comment or question?
No, it's
Kai?
not a comment. It's just the same that now we have Botnia Atlantica and we have Nordprogrammet. And now they emerge next program period that already started to Interreg Aurora. Easy to remember the name because the same. So we have a big chance, possibility to make bigger project geographically and take the whole. It's because the new program is big. It's bigger than the Finland's area. It's over 300,000 square kilometers, including northern part of Norway, northern part of Sweden, and northern part of Finland. So it's huge, and it's just up to us what to do with it. Thank you.
Thank you. And time is running up. One comment or question? We have time for that one.
Thank you, Antti Talvitie. The discussion has been about passenger transport. How about goods transport? And goods transport by drones and maybe even passenger transport by drones. Has this been considered?
Yeah, we've talked a little about it, and that could be really interesting if you want fast deliveries to special spots, and also that you can use the plane more and maybe have like that you can bring out the seats easily to make it more, to get more of it. So that, I think that's a very interesting in the future.
Good, thank you. And a big and warm thank you to Antti, Arne and Lars. We have a break coming up and we will continue the program in 45 minutes. So remember that too if you are following this program through YouTube. So thank you. A break is coming up, 45 minutes, and then we'll continue. Thank you. Welcome back to the next session of the day. It's time for cooperation to promote and develop a strong and viable cross-border region. And as you can see from the program, we have a final panel discussion today, more politically, that discussion. But first, Mathias Lindström, Director of Kvarken Council, and the reality, need and tools. Go ahead.
Thank you, Anna. And I'm sure that you will soon get tired of looking at me all the time, but I will have a short introduction just to point out the very interesting situation that we are in at the moment. We have heard about the interesting results already in the Electric Aviation project, and what we can see now in our region is history in the making. And we in the Kvarken region are in the bull's eye of a new era, as we see the northern parts of Europe is going through a reindustrialization phase with a lot of new investments, but also company already existing here making huge investments, and the society also making investments into infrastructure. And this is all needed to be prepared for the future. Since I have no imagination myself, I have stolen a bit of Antti's presentation, so thank you, Antti, for the idea. But as I want to show you here is what is actually going on at the moment. We know for sure already that Northvolt is building a factory in Skellefteå. We know for sure now also that we have intentional agreements with Freyr, both in Vaasa and in Mo i Rana. And that's why we are also extremely happy today to have Mr. Thomas Jensen also to give a speech after this, my introduction speech. So we are very honored to have him here with us today. We also know that Johnson Matthew will come to Vaasa. We know that we have Keliber under construction in the northern parts of the Ostrobotnian region. And most likely we will have also a second Northvolt factory within the region within a reasonable time. So this means that a Nordic battery belt cluster is forming at the moment. And this is something huge that we cannot really realize the effects of at this moment. We also have a new ferry coming. This is also a result of active cross-border cooperation for many years, and also a part of the fighting climate change, because this will be the most environmental friendly ferry in the world when it will be taken into use as a RoPax ferry. And this is something that we should be very proud of. We also have the Electric Aviation project going on, as we heard today. It will be in the air electric airplanes within a few years. And I think, and I'm sure of, that we are one of the most suitable regions to promote this. We heard that the experts from the universities and biofuel regions were talking about that we need some kinds of new solution to establish the first routes, and I think we have all the ingredients to do that. And this could also be a thing that we could brand our region even more as the energy sector and the battery cluster in Europe. If we can do this in a PPP, for example, together with the power companies and also the battery factories in the region, to actually also use the things that we produce in the region. Not only talk the talk, but also walk the walk. And I think that could be a good thing also to use as branding for our region. But it doesn't stop here. Now that we see that these huge investments are going on, and as I said, the existing companies are already also making huge investments, we will have to look forward into the future. And also, as has been talking here today, we have to be brave and make decisions for the future. We cannot look at the moment, how is the situation today? We have to look 20, 30 years in the future. So that's why we also need a fixed link over the Kvarken Strait. And we are happy to have Mr. Esa Erante and Mr. Antti Talvitie also here today that will give a short introduction related to this before the panel discussions. In this way, we can link our region to the big flows of goods all over the world, and we will be able to reach the markets even better, and we will also create better possibilities for people to move here and to live here, and to also create a bigger labor market, because that will be something that we need to create. If we want to attract people here, they must know that if they don't like it in their so to speak, place where they come to, they also have the possibility to relocate within the region. And that's why we need also good communications. We also have the tool, actually. As you see here, the yellow marked area, as Lars also mentioned today, is the EGTC that we have formed. And I'm very happy that we have politicians and decision makers in the region that have been brave enough also to do this, because we are actually the first fully Nordic EGTC in the world. And we have to make use of this in the best way possible. And it also actually gives us a tool to further develop the region together. And we have to use it. As I've always said, the EGTC itself won't solve anything. It's up to the politicians to decide how they would like to use the EGTC. And if we look in the future, we have also discussions going on with new members. Part of Region Västernorrland is already a part of the EGTC. It might be wise to also extend the region to include all of Västernorrland and also the Norwegian part. We know for a fact that the Norwegians has been interested before, but there are some legislation problems with the Norwegian legislation that we are looking into. But we will continue the discussions, and if we could get this done also, we would have almost all of the battery regions included in the EGTC, and I think that would be a wise idea. But that's my personal opinion. This has not been discussed in the board, but I'm sure that many people think alike. And in this way, we will also connect the regions to the new Norrbotnia line, and we will also have access to the Helsinki-Tallinn tunnel project that will probably also be built within a few years. So we are in a very good situation at the moment, and I wanted to show you this on a map, because when you talk about it, okay, it sounds reasonable, but when you put it on the map, you can see the reality in a different way. And as I said in the beginning, Sture was not here in the morning, but he always says that when we have these seminars that we have to promise to do something. And as I reported this morning, we have done the electric aviation project, we have initiated the Nordic battery belt project, and we have also initiated the fixed link project. The only thing that scares me now that what he forces us to do the upcoming year. But we'll leave that to after the seminar and after the discussions in the panel. So thank you for this, and let's continue with the program.
Thank you, Mathias. Let's see if we have Mr. Jensen with us through a link. Yes, good. Welcome to Vaasa, Vaasa Future Festival, Mr. Jensen.
Thank you very much. A pleasure to be here, and thank you for inviting me and inviting Freyr to this important event. We are, of course, delighted and excited to be here, also given the announcement earlier this week.
Where are you sitting right now?
I'm sitting in Oslo. I have to say that the picture behind me is a digitally remastered picture of Mo i Rana, which we saw also on the previous picture. But these kinds of images, of course, we are able to see in this part of the world, and I think more and more people globally are looking to the Nordics for the energy transition. And again, very happy to be part of the Nordic battery belt, as mentioned earlier today, and looking forward to establishing a deep and fruitful collaboration with our friends in Finland.
I watched an interview with you, and a wonderful interview with you at Freyr's webpage, and you talked about, I quote, "This is the fastest way of showing that we can do better." What is a lot better for you as a CEO at Freyr?
We have a slogan in Freyr that the best is good enough, but I think if we just take a big step back and sort of look at where society at large is, and then think about what doing better in that context means, I think the energy transition, which is upon us and everyone is eagerly sort of looking at, does require us to move from a predominantly fossil-based energy system to a predominantly non-fossil based energy system or a renewable based energy system. We need to extract minerals in a better way. We need to have shorter distances between the raw materials we use and how we convert them to finished products. The conversion process needs to be renewable. We need to have deep recycling considerations on everything we do. So what this means for me doing better is really we need to treat the place we live on and the habitat in which we are in a much better way than what we've been doing previously. And the good news is that humanity or humanity's ingenuity have enabled us to actually do that. We can live more in balance with nature, if you like. We can utilize the renewable energy sources in a much better way. It's actually more cost competitive now to use wind and solar and other renewable forms of energy than it is to extract depleted resources as coal and other uses. And then if we put this into a circular economy, and if we collaborate across regions which are natural in terms of collaboration, we can do a lot better. And I'm 100% convinced that the Nordic region can emerge and is about to emerge as a really strong region for the energy transition. We can produce not only the minerals and the input factors to batteries, but we can produce large quantities of batteries. And not only the battery cells themselves, but the battery modules and packs and battery management systems, etc., highly technologically advanced sort of solutions, which also require deep innovation across the entire value chain. And this is also something that Finland, Sweden, Norway have deep experiences in doing, and we are energy intensive people. We're also socially democratic, which means that we have a process, if you like, to sort of mix the people and the labor force and the businesses together in a way that creates, let's say, balance again. And this is an example for others to follow. So this is what I mean by doing a lot better. We have to do a lot better, and we can be an example of how to do things a lot better.
You also, in the video, you also talk about safer, cleaner, greener future for our children. Do you think we have an ongoing debate in the society right now about that one? To create a safer, cleaner, greener future?
So I think that's on everybody's agenda. I mean, most countries do subscribe in some way, shape or form to the Paris Agreement in 2015. What is disturbing me a little bit, of course, is that we're actually emitting more CO2 this year than we were when we agreed to basically dramatically reduce it. And that's 5 years ago, or maybe more than that even. So we're, of course, we have the aspiration to do what we understand we need to do, and that is manifested in the European Union's 55% reduction in CO2 emissions, the United States 50% reduction in CO2 emissions in the next 9 years. And I don't think people really understand, the magnitude of this problem. I think we have to tenfold our efforts relative to where we are today if we're going to reach these ambitions. But I think it's moving in that direction. You see already the large automotive companies are dramatically changing the way in which they are putting products on the market. Electric vehicles are becoming more and more the norm for the large automakers, and that of course requires huge amounts of batteries. And these cars again will need to be charged, hopefully with renewable energy, and which again means that all of these energy systems around will need to be changed to a renewable energy system, which again, if we're going to have a renewable energy system in grids that are reasonably poor and not sort of adapted to an intermittent, let's say, broad intermittent power source system, that requires a lot of storage as well. So in our opinion, we need to build, by the next sort of decade, we need to 20-fold the amount of battery capacity that is in the market today. And we need to do that in a third of the period that the initial capacity has been established on. So this is kind of a 60x challenge, but it's nothing that tells me that it's impossible. On the contrary, I think it's absolutely doable, but it's only doable if we collaborate across borders and if we establish relevant production capacity opportunities in multiple locations. That is why Freyr is very proud and honored to have had the opportunity to also establish a possible production footprint in Vaasa. Together with what we're doing in Norway. It connects the dots, if you like, in the Nordic battery belt, and it strengthens our plans in Norway and that development will strengthen our opportunity to succeed in Finland and vice versa. And by collaborating across these three countries, I think it's definitely feasible to envisage that we can take the lead and we can showcase that a greener, safer, better future is coming in the very near future. And that is required if we want to, stand up straight and speak to our children with a straight face.
Right. You mentioned the Nordic battery belt in the beginning today, and the rumor has it that you are also the man behind the concept. Is that true?
I don't think that's. I think there are many people behind such a concept, and many have been talking about that. I know that Freyr, we went out in Bloomberg New Energy Finance in an interview some years ago, and we sort of we at least mentioned the Nordic battery belt as a phrase. But if you look at it, the renewable energy and the energy intensive and process intensive experience, not only in Norway, but across the entire region, coupled with Nordvolt's establishment in Skellefteå and the availability of raw materials in Finland, coupled with your very strong innovative heritage, as well as also multiple plants on renewable energy, notwithstanding or forgetting some of the very strong industrial companies in Finland, it becomes kind of an obvious thing to think about that the Nordic region and the Scandinavian countries, in particular in this part of Scandinavia, can indeed become almost like the Silicon Valley for batteries. We can really establish the entire value chain from raw material supply through energy supply to battery cell, module and pack and recycling capabilities in that entire area, and have sort of a very strong powerhouse, literally speaking, in terms of optimizing for and driving innovation in the space. So I think the future in this industry, where we sort of put together all the different bits and pieces of the comparative advantages of the region, really speaks to almost the Nordic battery belt becoming the Middle East of the green era. And that is something that I think is super exciting for us all to consider. But again, I want to underline, a Nordic battery belt, however cool the phrase is, can only happen if we collaborate and sort of understand and respect our mutual strengths into such a concept.
You have a political week coming up in Norway too. Is it Arendal week?
That's right.
Yes.
Arendal.
Yes.
Yep.
You're going to participate there too.
I'm going to participate there too in a number of debates. It's an interesting time in Norway where the green shift, as we call it here, is on the rise in a country which has generated quite a lot of wealth and not least competence and capacity based on first renewable energy to hydropower, and then the discovery of oil and gas in the North and Norwegian Sea, which of course has enabled Norway to develop very strong skills in mega project execution, operational excellence in highly complicated energy-related businesses. And without that heritage, Norway would never have been as relevant as a location for large-scale battery cell manufacturing capabilities and so on and so forth. But it is inevitable that we need to transition away from fossil fuel to a green future. And that is, of course, something that is a challenging debate to have, because on the one hand, we need to safeguard a very large and important industry for Norway, while we need to transition over to what everyone sees that we need to do. So let's just put it this way. This generates a very fertile ground for active debate. So it's going to be an interesting week next week.
Thank you. And we'll send our greetings too from Vaasa Future Festival. Thank you, Mr. Jensen, for your time. And welcome to Vaasa. We'll see you in Vaasa maybe next time.
I hope so. I'm getting a little bit sick and tired, pardon my French, of the two-dimensional communication. So hopefully we can see each other in 3 dimensions in the not so distant future. Good luck with the festival.
That's wonderful.
And
thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you. Yes, let's continue. That was an interesting discussion. We'll continue today with comments by Anders Arnlid, Director General at the National Board of Trade Sweden. Welcome, Anders, former ambassador.
Me and technology. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to be here today to discuss Nordic economic integration. That's why I'm here. But I have to begin with congratulating the Kvarken Council and its members for its excellent work when it comes to integration of the members here around Kvarken. I think you set a shining example for others to follow to get proper concrete integration done, as we've heard here today in many ways. I will myself travel back to Stockholm tomorrow using the ferry to Umeå and take the flight plane from there. But I look very much forward, of course, to coming back to use the Aurora Botnia as soon as possible. I also very much like the let's do it, nothing is impossible attitude that the cooperation around Kvarken so clearly demonstrates. That is, I think, very useful and very good. And I, for one, is also very happy to have been here a couple of years ago when the first steps were taken towards making the Kvarken Council the first Nordic European grouping of territorial cooperation. And that was indeed an honor to be here at that occasion. I did that in my previous capacity as ambassador of Sweden to Finland. I spent 4 great years in Helsinki and Finland in that capacity. Today, I am the Director General of the National Board of Trade, Kommerskollegium, which I'm also very glad to be. I know that Sture and others, you are all keen to look at the future, but I belong to those who tend to believe that one can't really understand and draw up lines for the future if one doesn't understand history properly. And if you bear with me, I would like to add that Kommerskollegium, the National Board of Trade, is one of Sweden's oldest agencies, founded 1651 by Queen Christina, and at that time, several Finnish civil servants or important persons were part of the founding fathers of Kommerskollegium, including Claes Fleming, born at Vilnes outside Turku, Åbo. And there were several other people from Finland, as we then, of course, formed one kingdom. I have to confess, looking at economic integration in our region, that my agency, National Board of Trade, Kommerskollegium, has not always been on the right side of history. Of course, Vaasa, Umeå, and other harbors up here have Anders Chydenius to thank for a lot of its well-being. You might recall that we had in the 1700s the Botnian trade embargo, Bottniska handelstvånget. All trade from harbors up here were forced to go via Turku or Stockholm. And that, of course, hindered the economic development in this important part of our countries. Anders Chydenius, who was not only the founding father of the freedom of press laws, was also, as you know, from Karleby Kokkola, a great economist. Before the Stuart Mill and other English economists, he was seeing the virtues of free trade and got rid of the Botnian trade embargo. And that's, I think, an important step for the region here, for your well-being and economic development. And at that point in time, the National Board of Trade was opposed to freeing up trade in this area. I can offer my excuses for that. Today, the National Board of Trade is on the right side in history. We are mandated by our instruction to promote free trade and free movement in the European Union. And it is a fact, and we have all seen that the corona pandemic period has not been the finest moment of Nordic cooperation. We have a lot to kind of handle in terms of the situation we have seen in the past year or so. But today it's good to see that all Nordic governments again prioritize to reinstate and reestablish the very good Nordic cooperation that we saw before COVID-19, and to make sure that the vision, of course, making the Nordic countries the most best integrated and most sustainable region in the world by 2030. And that's also why the government has given us in the National Board of Trade the task of looking into how we can, within the regulations set up by the EU internal market, further the Nordic integration. And that is an assignment that we are very keen to take on. It is evident that we have, despite the success stories and despite all the positives that have taken place, a lot more to do in this regard. If one looks at the database that the Nordic Ministerial Council has set up for trade barriers, there are still more than 40 barriers in that database. We see and we know that the assigned group of experts dealing with border restrictions, Gränshinderrådet, they managed to do away with about 10 restrictions, barriers per year, and that's good. But many are still there. You have shown, and much of the discussion here has been about the importance of communication and transportation, and of course that is a prerequisite for economic integration. But so is also the framework conditions for making sure that trade can flourish, that investments can be made, that a service provider from Vaasa can deliver his or her service in Umeå without difficulties. And also, of course, a very, very clear precondition for making sure that you can live in one country and work in another. And in all these areas, as you know, there are still plenty of frictions, difficulties that sometimes, at the best, render cross-border transactions more difficult, but even maybe prevent them sometimes. And we have to do away with all this. We have this mandate from the government to look into how we can improve the situation. We will present our final findings towards the end of the end of this year. But what we have done so far already indicate, we believe firmly, that much more can and should be done. We are presently looking into 5 different aspects of the internal market where we see that improvements are both possible and warranted. It might seem technical what we are doing, but it's nevertheless very, very important. First, mutual recognition, the fact that we can recognize the services, the goods that we deliver in our respective countries is key. Here, we feel that it is possible for the Nordic countries to apply the mutual recognition regulation of the EU in a better way in order to deepen integration. There are possibilities, we believe, for accelerated mutual recognition projects between the Nordic countries. Belgium, France, Italy already have such an arrangements for several foodstuffs, and there is nothing that says that the Nordic countries couldn't follow suit if we can find the right products to handle in this way, which would decrease friction. Secondly, we believe that the Nordic countries could and should work more closely together when it comes to harmonizing our standards. This is a big issue. It's been discussed for long, of course, but it's evident that there is more to do here. We also feel that the standard organization, the standardization bodies should cooperate more and better between our Nordic countries, both in order to facilitate transactions between us, but also in order to influence the European standardization, which is key to our economies, of course. Thirdly, we believe it's possible to improve the way that the Nordic countries handle their services regulations. According to EU rules, they have to be, new services regulations have to be notified. The Nordic countries are doing this not in a similar way. Some Nordic countries notify very many regulations so that others can see what is happening. Some Nordic countries, unfortunately including Finland, do not notify that many regulations. And here I think we could move forward in order to facilitate services trade by making sure that we are aware of each other's regulations properly. Fourthly, we propose establishment of better working relations between the Nordic so-called Solvit centers. These are the troubleshooters in our governments, helping individuals and companies to come over difficulties on the internal market. And by cooperating closer, we feel that it's possible to do away with trade irritants and improve integration in this way. Finally, we are also looking into how we could continue, and work is already done here, to make sure that when new EU laws, regulations, directives are decided and should be implemented, that we make sure in the Nordic countries to implement them in as similar ways as possible, so that we don't create unnecessary frictions due to the fact that we don't look at each other's implementation routes. All this might, as I said, seem technical, but we feel that this is concrete ways of making sure that integration that you shape in the Kvarken area with the members can become even more smooth and better in the future. We have received reactions by our colleagues in the 4 other Nordic capitals on what we're doing. All reactions are positive. We hope that we can get concrete results, but in addition to that, we also hope to establish networks with relevant personnel, so that it is not a one-off shot, but a process that will also be leading the way towards the future, and make sure that the potential that we have for creating integrated economies actually is realized in a better way than what is presently the case. Comments are welcome to us. I'm happy to share the report that we already have, but the final report, as I said, will come towards the end of the year, and I hope you will all look into it, because it will be important. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Anders. It's always a pleasure to listen to you. Thank you. Next up, from electric aviation to a fixed connection. Mr. Esa Eranti and Mr. Antti Talvitie, welcome up. Yes, Antti, you're going to begin. Welcome. And this is going to be the introduction to the panel that's coming up in about 10 minutes.
All right.
Yes?
Yes. Thank you.
Go ahead.
My focus is very narrow. It's about the fixed connection between Vaasa and Umeå, and I will argue that it is an excellent risk investment. I wonder if the slide could go a few steps up. I don't know if I have a... Anyway, yes. The Kvarken Road is an excellent risk investment, and going to the benefit cost analysis right away. The Jules Dubuis, who developed the benefit cost analysis, said that the only utility is that what the people are willing to pay for. Investments have to be paid for, and if the users do not pay for them, somebody else will have to. Oh, I'm sorry, yes, I will. I have the Finnish army voice, so I thought that you can hear it anyway. The only utility is that which people are willing to pay for. So that is a fundamental concept underlying all the benefit cost analysis, even though it is now used in a much broader sense, in my opinion, to sort of confuse the matters. The other point is that subsidies produce no wealth, but wealth is lost because subsidies are tax that the government collects. That doesn't mean that subsidies are not appropriate. Actually, they are necessary in risk investments, and it is a proper role of the private sector and the state, because especially in infrastructure, state is nearly always involved. So all these investments, large investments like Kvarken Road, should be looked at from the point of view of as a risk investment, and what is the likelihood that it will pay for itself in the future. And of course, I think this is the last slide. I would go to the first one. I was going to say thank you and conclude with this one. Up, 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 please. Is it going to? Anyway, is it possible to go up? No, this is the last slide. This is the last one. I was going to conclude with the same message. Anything else? All right. One more. All right, this is what so the risk investment, if it is successful, it was always being clawed back. If the risk investment is producing money and wealth, the state can claw, if it so desires, its share back. And this, by the way, has been used in some other countries that I know of in infrastructure projects. Can I go to the next one? Okay, so logistics is the overriding reason for the Kvarken Road, I think. And that's why I asked the question, how about the goods transport with the small aircraft? If you look at the logistics cost of the Scandinavian countries, Sweden, it is about 7.3% of the GDP. In Norway, about the same, a little bit more. In Denmark, 6.5%, and in Finland, 11.7%. It is nearly impossible for the Finnish industries to compete in the market when their logistics costs are so high. And Kvarken Road will reduce the logistics costs simply because industry will adjust to the new situation. They can go to Umeå and access, for example, the Swedish road network and the SJ trains to Europe, or go to the Norwegian coast, which is open year-round without ice breaking. And by the way, Fehmarn Tunnel, which is under construction, as I understand, will be much shorter, will shorten the transport costs and transport times to Europe. So that will be a substantial competitive advantage for this region, and I would say, by my back-of-the-envelope calculations, that two regions up as far south as Tammerfors, Tampere. So logistics is important. Next, can I go to the next slide? No, I went the other way. Yes, so I sort of made a little comparison that we know what the scale that we are talking about. And there is this 1-hour train to Turku, and its alternative improving the coastline. I want to draw attention to not all the numbers, on the benefit-cost ratio, which is 0.44 or 0.70. People say, not that much different. But when you look at the net present value that really should govern, it is 1.8 billion or milliard for the 1-hour rate negative, when it is some 30 million euros for the improving the coastal line. So there's a big scale difference. And furthermore, this benefit cost analysis, this is from the report of the Väylävirasto infrastructure agency. If the travel time benefits that users are not asked to pay for, they are 53%. And if you take the salvage value, who would buy an old railroad 50 years from now? We don't know. If those are taken away, and the land use benefits, which are simply income transfers, they are whopping 83% of the benefits of the high-speed rail. So in fact, the net present value is negative 3 billion. That will be collected from the taxpayers, plus the interest. So there is much confusion about these benefit cost analysis, but when you are told that the travel time savings are so much, it is what is a kind word, BS, because it is not true unless people are willing to pay for them. And if they are willing to pay for them, then that is fine. Next slide, please. Well, there's lots of numbers here, and I don't belabor them. I marked only those which are important by yellow, and which is the costs of this Kvarken Road, whether it is 3 billion or 5 billion or milliard, compared to the 1-hour train, which is 2013 prices, 2013 price is about 3.5. Right now, I understand the cost is over 4 billion. So anyway, the bottom line is that with the back of the envelope forecast that I made, which is about the following, that about 10% of the buses and cars would be using the Kvarken road and 6.5% of the trucks. And you will see when, and the bridge would be toll bridge, and the tolls I have used the Vaasa line's prices to cross the Gulf of Bothnia by ferry, and you will see that the bottom line is that actually it is positive. If it is only 3.5 billion project, then annually it will make money 32 million, and if it is the larger one, it is about 2, but the 1 hour train will cost the state $100 million every year. There is no positive prospect for it. It doesn't provide any good service, and it is not a risk investment. It doesn't create wealth like it should. And then the last slide, I think it is. No, this is just this kind of funnel to show how in Finland certain regions are underproducing their exports. Really, the exports come from the coastline, basically, from Osterbothnia and Jäntlikä, Finland, whatever it is in English, and they're in Hamina-Kotka region. So it is about 6 billion euros worth. This is only the exports, and imports are about the same value. So we are talking about a significant facility, this road, if and it is implemented, and it should be implemented, and the government in Finland and in Sweden should begin to cooperate at how this facility can be built quickly, because it is a good risk investment. And with that, thank you. I hope I didn't overdo my time.
Thank you, Antti. Thank you. And then we have. And then we have Mr. Eranti. Thank you. Microphone.
Okay. Did you hear clearly what Antti said? Okay. So it is this area.
I think we have to have him. Yes.
Okay, here we go. This is the economic situation in Finland. Sweden and Norway are in somewhat better shape. But during the last more than 10 years, the economic growth of Finland has been based entirely on government piling up debt. And now the situation is getting out of hand. So, 3 conclusions. First of all, we have a serious problem with our economy. And then there is one bright spot that we have, and that is that when we can't expect the central government to deliver money to regions because the central government has a first pick. So now we see that the Kvarken area is taking its destiny to its own hands. So that is a bright spot. You stand on your own feet. I came here to speak about Kvarken fixed connection. And the main obstacle facing this project is environmental values. And this is the situation in this area 10,000 years ago. This is the situation 5,000 years ago. This is the situation 1,000 years ago, and this is the current situation. And now, if we act this fixed connection in scale, we can't actually see it in this picture. It has to be enlarged. And in this new line, we avoid the brackish water lagoons and lakes that are considered important in this region. And we also have bridges and we have tunnels so that the water can flow between the Baltic Sea and the Gulf of Bothnia as before. This is the Öresund link. And here we see a valuable natural reserve area, and we see heavy infrastructure around that area. And we actually see a man-made island built into this valuable natural reserve. But we have not seen any significant environmental impacts or damages caused by this Öresund link. So I ask, what is the real environmental issue connected to the fixed link? This is, we have seen embankment roads, we have seen bridges, and we have seen tunnels. So what is the problem? I don't see any real environmental issue. What happened? Okay. You have here a major industrial investment going on here in Vaasa region. And you have a problem with the frog. And that is a major project complication, as I see it. And I go around, take a night walk in spring. I hear thousands of those frogs in several locations in a single spring night. And making a frog an issue when there is no impact on the population of frogs, making it a big issue, that is irrational. And this is the most important piece of legislation of EU. This article states the purpose of the EU. And there are many goals, and using such a detail, such a bureaucratic power structure to hamper industrial investment, it is in conflict with these all other goals that the European community has taken. So this is in conflict with the whole purpose of EU. And now, what should be done to work towards those goals? And the world is changing fast. There are new opportunities to be grabbed, and we can do good things with those opportunities. So what could be done? How could we avoid the fate of Greece? How could we create new jobs and prosperity here in Finland? And this is actually the challenge of you decision makers of Kvarken region. There are three possibilities, or actually you should do three things if you want to create those jobs and prosperity. One is to scrap irrational environmental policies. Another one is to do the permitting process in 12 months to the very end. And A third is if the environmental bureaucrat makes unfounded claims, so the Ministry of Environment should be financially liable to the investor. That is a challenge for you, decisions maker. I hope you will succeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eranti. And now a panel discussion coming up. Before that, we have a couple of comments from the man behind Vaasa Future Festival, Sture Udd.
A few words to you especially today. I have not always the pleasure, but I have an obligation to tell you things which the political parties never tell you. Also, organizations have difficult to tell you. Even companies have difficult to tell you. As from Vaasa Innovation Center, where we are more free. Point one. What is the real situation in the global world? The real. The real is that Greece, Italy, Spain, Portugal are a disaster economically. Will not be developing much new for Europe the coming 20, 40 years. The initiative to do something globally is now in Northern Europe. When we talk about bridge between Vaasa and Umeå, it's not just to communicate Vaasa and Umeå and Mo i Rana. It's to connect Northern new activity center with Asia. And when we talk about Asia, we are not only talking about China, not only about Vietnam, not only about Japan. Who of you, which reads everyday newspapers, talks about Indonesia? I know you are talking because you have a close personal relationship. But those who are depending on our news doesn't talk about it. Even we all know that Indonesia will be the fourth biggest economy after 15 years, when this bridge hopefully is ready. Now, I have two things. This was the first. The other point, which politicians maybe not so much talk about and cannot. If these factories pop up now, yes, we talk about a new battery belt, but we have to talk about not just that they create working places. We need to talk about to transform the whole society in this region, the whole society. Updated, not only by having nice festivals once a year, but to change the everyday life, including education, including healthcare, including everything. Everything. Why? These factories in the long run needs not lazy people, not people who just want to come and have a nice time and be trendy. We need brains from abroad, a lot of brains from the abroad. And brains. Why I want to tell you this? It's difficult to go and tell it openly, and you need to listen to it for the reason that after 20 years there will be history books. It's two variants of these history books. There can be books who saying, there were seminars, they knew everything, but these shit people didn't do anything. Or there will be history books who say, they were in these seminars and they performed. So that's why he gave me a task that also today we should decide to perform. Not only bridges, not only factories, but to transform the whole society around us to a grade that new brains moves in here. Those who are now 15 years in Europe, 25 after 10 years, they should move here, the brains, to support this new development. I hope this will happen. This book to be written.
The perfect introduction to the next step, the panel discussion. Joakim, Rickard, Åsa, Arne, Peter and Paula. Please take a seat. The microphone. You all have your own microphone? Yes? Peter, do you have a microphone there? We'll start with him today, yes. Good. Peter Östman, member of the Finnish Parliament. You've been a part of this program today. I saw in the audience, you spoke earlier. What have you learned today when you listen to speeches, and what kind of learning lesson have you done? Now it's working.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank you, the organizers, for this seminar. Thanks for inviting me, and I have learned a lot. Although during the past year I have been involved in some of these projects, both to the fixed link between Finland and Sweden, and not only between Finland and Sweden. As we already heard here, we need to think broader to count on countries like Indonesia. That was a new thing that I learned, and I'm very grateful to Sture that he was brave enough to bring a strong message to us decision makers and politicians. I wouldn't say that Jukka and I always act like politicians. We connect people, we build bridges between people, and we want to create new things together. And that's a good thing, and why I also feel so happy to be here today with Joakim and other decision makers and experts. But our duty as politicians is namely that we learn from experts, but we need to see the vision, and then we have to make the decisions.
Thank you, Peter. Arne Langset, CEO, Head of Secretariat at Idre Helgeland Region, Norway. Welcome.
Thank you.
Yes. What's your learning experience today?
First of all, that it's very good to meet physically again. My experience, or maybe one of the most important values we have in this cooperation between these three countries, regions, are that we really know each other. We know each other well, we know how we think, we know what we hope for our region. We even have made common strategy and common analysis for the future for our regions. And then it's very good to come after fairly long time just on Teams and Zoom to see that, well, our friends, we are still here. And we are helping each other with our projects, and happily I have to conclude that some of our most important projects are coming up, getting public now. We're very proud to listen to Tom Jensen earlier now today. And I remember when, just a few years ago, one of the other leaders from Freyr, Torstein Sjöholt, came to our office in Mo i Rana and told us about some company they was going to form. They was very early, at a very early stage, and he was there for some days, having the lunch, eat together with us, telling about what he think could be the future. And then we concluded, okay, we believe in this guy. And it's the same feeling when I come here. We believe in each other, in each other's projects, because we have had these lunches. We know each other, and that's an important thing also for my municipalities, my region. So that's what I learned. It's good to be back.
Good to be back. Thank you. Åsa Ågren-Wikström, Vice Chairman of Region Västerbotten's Regional Development Committee. Welcome.
Thank you so much.
What did you learn today?
Well, as always, plenty. For me, those of you know me very well knows that I love technology. I love traveling. And yay, today, finally, airplane again. We're so happy about that and looking forward to the future. And as all of you have learned today also, the new technologies, as in electric aviation, we have the fixed link, the new ferries on the road. It also somehow, the important thing to this is no matter how important the technology is, which it is, it's about connecting people. It's about us meeting each other. And just as you said earlier on, among other things, it's about meeting each other, smart people coming together, new ideas forms, and we have new projects together. And I think the previous 50 years of the Kvarken Council shows this. We have consistently met each other. We have expressed our ideas and will continue to do so. So with that being said, I love technology, and that's important. We have plenty of smart people in the region, but we want to be more, and above all, connectivity. And we have to meet each other. And that's why both the ferry, electric aviation, and the upcoming fixed link is so important.
It all starts with relations. Yes. Thank you. Paula Erkkilä, Director, Österbotten Chamber of Commerce. Welcome. What kind of learning lesson have you done today?
Nothing like Peter. Thank you so much. I'm so excited, and at the same time, I'm quite philosophical mood right now. Connections are the best and justified somehow in the region where the most of the people and lots of people live. And it has been and it is about the scale, economy of big volumes. And but like Riitta said, we are used to travel, and we are used to spend time in trains and ferries and in the cars. But do we need to accept that? The time and the money, what it takes. It's only agreement between us people, and agreements can be rewrite. And what I have learned or what I have been thinking when I have been listening to the excellent speakers today, somehow we need to switch the mindset and justification now. We have here in the region, the whole Kvarken region, the battery belt region, something so important and valuable for the whole world and the whole Europe and Indonesia and the whole world beyond, that needs to be connected. So it's not about people, it's amount of people, it's not about where we are, but it's about value, what we have and the solutions we can offer. So a short introduction to my thoughts today.
Very good, thank you. Thank you, Paula. Rickard Karstedt, Chairman of the Regional Development Board at Region Västerbotten. Welcome.
Thank you.
What did you learn today?
I believe that we have the same challenge. And I believe that our three countries can be the answer to the climate change. We can make the world see it's possible to do anything about it. And it's very clear to me when I look at this today that we can do it. We have to see more often. I mean, and that just on the screen, because when we see each other, we talk on the coffee, and we get so much more out of it. So I believe we have to do that more often, and I believe that we can make a difference for the whole world.
Great, thank you. Joachim Strand, Member of Parliament, Chairman of Vaasa City Council and Chairman of the Kvarken Council. You had a busy week.
It's been an excellent week, as always, at Vaasa Future Festival. I'm especially happy to see, of course, Arne, Osa and Rickard here today. I think last time we met was in Stockholm, perhaps just before the pandemic, and the other week when we had a board meeting with Kvarken Link, and we were going through the timetables, and it will eventually come the boat in a couple of weeks, I believe. But I was thinking that, of course, via Teams or Zoom or whatever, you can follow up a project when you know the people and it's already ongoing, but you will not build any new ships via Teams in your jacket and underwear in front of the screen. You need to meet the people, you need to build trust. And if we would have not been working with Umeå and the rest of you for tens of years, we would not have a new ferry in place that will be the most environmental friendly floating laboratory in the whole world. If I would have not been visiting your home, Osa, and all the other politicians, and if we would not have the support of the society, we would not have made it. So I'm very happy that this pandemic did not come, let's say, 3 or 4 years ago, because maybe there would not be any new ferry or ideas about electrical aviation or even plans about the fixed link. But this is just an example of how one thing leads to another. And if we think back about the E12 project we had with the logistics, it's a typical example of things that you can do on a regional level. Because even though we have a common electrical energy market in the Nordics, we still have separate energy and environmental strategies. The roads do not stop at the border, but still we have separate infrastructure strategies. As a member of the Nordic Council, I know that it's hard even to get our infrastructure ministers to the same table. That's something we have been fighting about for many, many years. We don't even get them to the same table. But on the regional level, from Mo i Rana through Västerbotten, Ostrobotnia, we can do things. We can do our own infrastructure strategies. We can have our own projects. And now, of course, when it's ending up in the Nordic battery belt and the common labor market, I think the next thing we should do is to focus, as Ture said, on getting the best brains of the whole world coming to this region and making sure that these great global companies will put their best, or let's say biggest efforts in research and development in this area, because that's the strength we have today. We have global excellent companies that work around the world, but the heart of R&D is in our region. I think that's something we need to focus even more on, and that's something we can do only together, as Mr. Jensen excellently put it in his words.
Thank you, Joachim. Yes, Peter.
One thing that I forgot to mention in my introduction speech was that when Mathias started this seminar this morning, the first headline that he showed on the screen was that a question that why is Kvarken interested in electric aviation? I would like to add to this another question, that why are we interested in having a fixed link, building a bridge over the Baltic. I would put it up and down. Why shouldn't we? I know that we who sit here now, we share the same thoughts, we have the same vision, and we have heard part of the strategy through experts today. But after this will follow probably a public debate, and we can already see it in our newspapers that people are doubting that why should we do that, and they can see obstacles, and as we already heard through one of the experts, there are some environmental challenges, but we know that the world is full of challenges. We need to solve them, and I know that I have been in touch with an Israeli company that has found a new patient for building sea platforms out in the sea areas, building bridges, and they have the solution also to the environmental challenges. And also when it comes to the flight companies, you could see a long list of different examples how long distances you can fly with the new technology. One of the companies is also an Israeli company, and we had a meeting on Teams this week. The company had just closed when there was a question that how can we find solutions to the cargo traffic. This Israeli company just closed a deal with DHL Express company by selling 12 new aircrafts that can take care of the logistic for DHL. So there are technological solutions already on the market, so it's just up to we to fulfill our vision, to make the strategy done and make decisions.
As Joachim just said, you said that it's all about getting the best brains to the Nordic countries. That's about creating also a new Nordic labor market. Where do we stand politically there right now? Are we creating something new?
At least the Nordic Council and also all the prime ministers, we have a common vision of being the most integrated region in the world, the Nordic countries. Of course, there are lots of practical obstacles still on the everyday life level, and Ole Norrback, who was leading the group who was thinking about these border problems, he said that if you solve one problem or border obstacle, then you usually create at least two new at the same time. So it's quite complicated, but still there is no region in the world where different independent countries are as integrated already now as we are today. And I think that of course on a regional level we can make it even deeper. And when we work with this project, many times we realize that maybe we have more things in common in this region than we have with our own friends in Helsinki or Stockholm or Oslo. It's something with the mentality as well, that we are used to doing things. I believe that we are faster. If we think about just specializing in one, I was thinking when I happened to see Petra, take energy law for instance, that the University of Helsinki in Vaasa is specialized on. That's something that is done with the support of the city of Vaasa and also with the local companies. To do something like that in Vaasa or in the Kvarken region takes 5 minutes. In Helsinki, it would take 3 months just to get a meeting, or maybe you should have some working group, or how does that affect this and that. So I believe that we should even more use that advantage of being a bit more fast, a bit more clever, and a bit more strategically focused. So I believe we are ready, but if we think about getting people from around the world, there are tens of factors that we have to take into account, and at the end of the day it's about quality of life, and to be able to also sell this region where you can move with your family and get new friends. And we talked about this with the Mayor Thomas Häyry yesterday, and now when we try to get people, it's not only about integrating them, we need to also integrate ourselves into a new community and be very, very open and liberal.
So new culture.
Yes.
Wasa.
I like to continue that thought, because somehow we have to be able to create even more attractive places, not only cities as you speak of in Europe or so, but places, because let's be honest here, who is deciding where to live? Where the women go, the men will follow. I can say that frankly here in a group of friends, because you all know, take a look at home, and so on. And with a bit of glimpse in the eye, saying that, I just say that if we have places that are attractive to even women, then we have attractive places. we have to think of the culture. Thank you. Yes, but to be quite honest, a bit more in this afternoon, I think that if we have these places that women wants to live and raise families in, of course with the man, it's not either or, but I think then we have a perfect match with our region, with the smartness and of course all the brains that we need in our region to add to those who are already here. So that I think is the key here to create attractive places.
Paula.
Yes, I could continue. Not only women, but all of us people. I think nowadays it's a matter of finding meaningful life and meaningful job, and I think we have in this region one big advantage, and it's that we offer here meaningful work and lots of meaningful working possibilities. We have huge global problems in the world, and this area, this region has so many means for solving and getting people with these that part of that. It's something which is very inspiring, and nowadays we have a pretty much international students. For example, here in the I think also in whole Kvarken area, but in Österbotten we have about 1,500 international students, and lots of important and interesting working possibilities. But somehow we cannot, we don't take those people and these international talents enough with in the jobs, and we have some obstacles we sure need to work. In Vaasa region we had a so-called energy ambassador a few years ago, quite many years ago, and that ambassador did a great job in worldwide. Nowadays we have 1,500 international ambassadors, and that's a quite huge potential we could use in the whole Kvarken area also.
You mentioned the international students, and we have some kind of obstacles there to get them to stay. Do you have any suggestions there for the companies?
Yeah, it's like it's a big puzzle, I would say, because it's not something it's about attitudes, more or less. The problem is attitudes, and it's about. It's not something that I could say to Jokke that do something. Government has to do something. Of course, there are some regulation and so on that could be fixed and could be smoothly and must be easier. But it's something we all could work. We all could be better. All in the educational institutions, in the workplace, in the whole society. It's like going above the mirror and seeing yourself and doing a bit better.
Wipe it off and look at the mirror again.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Do you have any other comments to this question? Yes, Arne?
At the first time in my job in Mo i Rana, we are now thinking about growth as a challenge. We have always been wondering why is the industries growing annual 15 to 20% in their production, in their earnings, and the population is about the same from year to year. It has been like that for the last 10, 15, 20 years. But now we have to plan for growth and for maybe fast growing populations. How do we do that? We are in my region used to international industries. We know how they recruit. They recruit internationally. And they also give their employees possibilities to use their expertise at different plants in their structure, their infrastructure. We are now looking at this one company we got present here that is recruiting lots of people as we speak. They recruit internationally. They get in people from Asia, where the battery production is earlier in their stage. They get the people to our regions to build new knowledge clusters. What strategies have we for that? Will we build scientists, university studies around them? Will we cooperate with the industries that are recruiting internationally to make these knowledge clusters to build new industries locally? I think now we're in a situation when Mo i Rana, as you may know, is the traditional center of Norwegian metal industry, and Vaasa with the energy cluster, with Wärtsilä, that's a big mechanic industry, should sit down together and make a common strategy for how to recruit, how to make this new industries that we have been talking about here to be like a motor for smart specialization between our cities. I think maybe that's the challenge we can go out from this conference. Next step for us will be to make this strategy. And as a player in that, we also have the city of Umeå and the University of Umeå. What we are building is not only a process or a battery industry. It's technology on one side, it's chemical industries. We know that University of Luleå is in front in technology in many sense. We know that Umeå University is strong on chemistry. We have similar on specialities in Norway and in Finland also. But we need this common strategy as the sort of the same process that we did with the common transport strategies we made.
Thank you. Peter and then Richard.
Arne is raising very important questions. When we think about the discussions and topics for this morning, we talked mostly about the tools, how to reach certain goals when it comes different technical solutions, both when it's about electrical aviation and also the fixed link. But in the long run, when we look upon the map, what is taking place here in Vaasa with the battery factories and new investments, we just need to go 1 hour by car up north. We have also great need of new employees there. For just a few examples from the food industry, in next 2 years we need at least 500 new people coming from somewhere. And when we go further in Kokkola, they also have great needs when the caliber factory will be established there. And this is just here on the Finnish side. Then when we take in account what you need in Sweden and what you need in Norway, we just heard by Arne what is the need for them in Mo i Rana. Then I think that, or I just want to state a question, should we need to change our thinking from the old days when we thought that we were competing on the labor market between different regions? I think that we need to change our thinking into the way that Arne said, that we should recruit together, because we are sharing the same labor market and we need a lot of people, thousands of people in all these 3 countries and the different regions. So we need more co-work and a new way of thinking.
Thank you, Peter. Rickard.
Thank you. I believe it's very important that you're talking about, because in Sweden we have a book of code red. When a large company leaves Sweden, we take that book and we know exactly how to do it, because we've done it many times. But we need to write a strategy that we call code green, because it never happened. If I see in Northvolt, for example, we never seen that large kind of industry that just came like this. In the history, if we call the mining industry, it took many years in the start. Now it goes so fast. And we need perhaps about 100,000 people in the northern Sweden the coming 10 years. And then we put that number, and where do they come from? So I believe we have together to write the strategy, the code red green book, how to do it. How can we make people move here? And to Sture, I was listening to a climate report from the EU, and he talked about 2100, and he said it's maybe in the Arctic we can live, because the dry, we doesn't live in the south of Europe. And we have to build infrastructure to make that happen. And I really believe that is the perspective we have to have when we're talking of the link, the road over Kvarken. But I believe in this code green book.
Thank you. Paula.
To be realistic, what we need is so huge amount of people that not all want to move here. I have to say it loud, because it is like that. But that doesn't mean that we don't have the workforce. It probably be like that in knowledge work the workforce can be from all over the world and not move to Finland, not move to Sweden or Norway, but work from where they live. And that challenges the leadership, what we have here. And that's something also our companies and universities need to collaborate even more. How we manage to lead people from different part of the world, and also that means that we have to have a good connectivity so that they can visit here, and also even if they live somewhere else, they can come here and visit here also.
So we have many part of it. We also have a management question.
Yeah.
Yes. Any other comments? Yes, Åsa?
I think that we have a lesson to do, all of us, and looking back at history, I think from all of our regions up here in the north, we are not particularly about to brag. We just do it. We work and we work hard. But I think it's time to change and actually talk about what we are capable of doing in our region. And actually maybe not brag, it's not in our nature perhaps, but talk about what we are doing and get a self-esteem that not we ask if people move here, why do you move here? Instead, welcome, what can you contribute with? So I think that's a part of our keys to the future, to both enable people to live and work here, but also, like Paula said, come in here, work, and maybe take the ambassadorship elsewhere. So thank you.
Thank you. We have time for one comment or question from the audience. The time is running up. Do you have one? No? Okay. The time is running up, so I'm going to get to the end point, the final countdown with this panel. When you look at the project that Kvarken Council has worked with, tools, electric aviation, fixed connections, and so on. If you could describe it in one word, just one sentence or one word for you, what it has meant for the development forward, for the future, if you look 5-10 years ahead. We talked about labor market now and universities and collaboration. Peeters.
May I start by describing what I had for thought this morning, that for 10 years ago when I was working as managing director for the Ostrobotnian Entrepreneurship Association, the Kvarken Council also had this goal in the future to make a fixed link over Kvarken. And to be honest, then I did not believe into that idea. But I have had to change my mind because I have seen new techniques and I have seen also new researches coming up. I believe it's possible in 10 years. Listen to what I'm saying. I believe it's possible in 10 years. So I would encourage Mathias and his colleagues to continue the work, and together with Jukka, we don't need to brag. We just say how things are here in Ostrobotnia and things will happen.
Sounds good. Arne.
When we started this session, Mathias started first to say something about Kvarkenrådet as a tool, Kvarkenrådet EGTC as a tool for the future, and he also said something about his personal hopes for developing Kvarkenrådet as this tool. From Norwegian side, I think I can just say in one word, we support those visions. And all my municipalities that I represent wish to be a part of this process in the future. So then it's important for us to have these projects running, because we get more people into it, we get more other ones younger than me that get to know each other and to develop this region, because we are one region on 3 countries' territories.
Thank you. Åsa.
Well, you're asking a politician to use one word.
Yeah,
it's
I
not
know.
kind. But,
one sentence.
But I'll give it a try. I think that our region in the north of Europe and north of Sweden and Finland and Norway are mostly about environmentally friendly connectivity and possibilities. And that you just have to watch the news to see the weather forecasts all over. We have perfect weather. Above all, maybe not in the winter, but I just say that environmental friendly possibilities and connectivity. That's my conclusion of this. Thanks.
Thank you, Åsa. Paula.
Well, I think what Kvarken has done, all those projects, those are so inspiring, and I think we are in the issue right now. And it has shown that dreams come true, even impossible dreams can come true by passion and hard work. And it's great to have such an inspiring and encouraging examples what we can offer in this region.
Great, thank you. Rickard.
I'm thinking about two words. It's courage and be brave. And I hope they keep on being that, because we can make this happen. We can make the world see that you can do something big about the climate change. And I believe we can do that.
Thank you. Joachim.
I agree with everything you have said. It's about saving the world together, perhaps. But as the last speaker, it's also my task as the chairman of the Kvarken Council to thank you all speakers, our excellent moderator Anna Bertils, Mr. Sture Udde, and of course everyone attending today here physically and also behind the screens. So thank you very much. Mathias gave me this task. So this
was it.
This was it. Thank you.
Thank you. You all share the same vision, and I think that is very important for the public opinion to see. And let's look what kind of debate we get after the Vaasa Future Festival. But I think it's very important that you could express the shared vision today. Thank you very much. And thank you, the audience here and the audience through YouTube, through stream. Thank you for this day. Thank you, Sture and Vaasa Future Festival. This was it for Kvarken Council Nordic Cooperation Day. Let's meet again next year. Thank you.
Hello and welcome everyone for the session of Space Saturday. My name is Ratan. I'm representing the university and the project Kvarken Space Economy. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, the session is going to be online, but nevertheless it's going to be as interesting. So without any further delay, I will hand over to Heidi, who is the moderator for the session, and also she'll introduce the speakers and the agenda for today. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Ratan, and a warm welcome to the Space Saturday session of the Vaasa Future Festival. We are very happy to be able to introduce to you the latest developments in our Kvarken Space Economy project. Let me first start with sharing my screen and introducing the program in our session. Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Heidi Kuusniemi. I'm professor and director at the University of Vaasa, and I'm also leading the EU Interreg Botnia Atlantica project Kvarken Space Economy, where we are establishing a Finnish-Swedish Kvarken Space Center. And we have an exciting update for you today in this Space Saturday session lined up, where we are going to tell you the status in the project, what is the Kvarken Space Center. Then you're going to hear about our KvarkenSat satellite, the latest developments, and then some examples about economic forecasting from space, utilizing space-based data. And then also you'll hear some examples from our Kvarken Space Conversations. That is one of the major dissemination activities in our project so far. And with me today in this session, I have Kendall Rutledge from Novia University of Applied Sciences, then Jari Ratilainen from Design Center Muova at the Vaasa University of Applied Sciences, and then Professor René Laufer from Luleå University of Technology, Mikko Ranta from University of Vaasa, and then Antti Kinnunen also from the University of Vaasa. Here you can see our schedule for today. We will start with what is the Kvarken Space Center, the next 15 minutes or so. And I hope that you can put then your questions in the YouTube chat if you have any, or then the ones who are at the Vaasa Future Festival online. We hope that we can hear your questions if there are any. We'll take the questions then at the end of the presentations, and I'll tell you when I can then open up the floor for questions and answers from then, or discussion with our speakers. We are trying to keep the time schedule here as the agenda states, so we have a lot to say. We are very enthusiastic to get to share with you the latest developments. So let's hope that we have time also for some quick question and answer periods. Then after the kind of facts about the Kvarken Space Center and what, especially then also what it means for our region in the Kvarken, then we will hear latest developments about our KvarkenSat satellite mission. Very exciting. This is the first time that we publicly tell about the KvarkenSat satellite, so we are very excited to share these news. Then you will hear examples from economic forecasting, and then examples about the Kvarken Space Conversation analyses that we have been doing. Okay, then let's go to the first presentation. What is the Kvarken Space Center? And this presentation will be shared between myself and then Kendall Rutledge and Jari Ratilainen in collaboration with the whole team of our Kvarken Space Economy project. In this first presentation in our session, we will go through project facts. What is the Kvarken Space Center? Then you'll hear very briefly about our KvarkenSat satellite, in which then more information will be shared in the second presentation. Then also about our data portal, algorithms and tools. And then we will end this first presentation with telling you about the business ecosystem development in Ostrobotnia especially. So our EU Interreg Botnia Atlantica project, Kvarken Space Center, promotes satellite technologies and applications in various forms, and we highlight their essential role in the digital infrastructure of today, focusing on the benefits especially for the Kvarken region in Finland and Sweden, as you can see here on the map. We have 10 project partners from Finland and Sweden. In the Vaasa region, in addition to University of Vaasa, we have Novia University of Applied Sciences, Muova at the Vaasa University of Applied Sciences. Then we have Åbo Academy University and Hanken School of Economics. Then from Finland, we have also Aalto University as an important partner in this project. On the Swedish side, we have Umeå University, then Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences and Swedish Institute of Space Physics, and then also Luleå University of Technology. What we consider in this Kvarken Space Center project as space data, which usage and applications we are promoting, it's data retrieved via satellites. And typically this is defined and classified into 3 different categories. So we have satellite positioning data, so position, navigation, and time data through global navigation satellite systems, GNSS, such as GPS, the US positioning system, or then the European Galileo and its EGNOS augmentation system, and then the Russian GLONASS system, and also the Chinese BeiDou system. So these global positioning infrastructure provide positioning data. Then the second class of satellite data that we are utilizing and promoting the usage of in this project is satellite remote sensing data. So information about the atmosphere, for example, then weather satellites, Earth, so Earth observation, vegetation, and so on. And then also water, for example, water quality. So satellite imagery to a very broad sense. And then the third category of satellite data is, of course, satellite communication. So, for example, internet through satellite. So this connectivity via satellite infrastructures. So these 3 categories of space-based data is all that we consider and promote in this project. And space economy, space business, space industry and technologies, it's undergoing a huge change at the moment. We are going from so-called old space towards new space. Old space being the infrastructures that are to a large extent governmental, organized and financed, to then new space where we have commercial actors, a lot of new types of companies involved in space-based activities, smaller and smaller satellites, and more affordable satellite launches, and very large mega constellations of sensors that orbit our Earth and provide various kinds of services for our digital society of today. One example being the Finnish company IceEye, which is doing great results with their radar satellites. And in our project, we focus both on promoting the usage of these old space type of data, especially open data, but also then the opportunities of new space to the whole development of economy, especially now for our region here in the Kvarken region. So we foster space-based data utilization in our area. We want to develop our local expertise here and then cooperation networks locally, nationally, in the Nordics, and also internationally. And then we want to help the industry, so provide initial and long-term industry support. And in addition to various business development activities that we have, a major role is our demonstrations. So we have a data portal of portals that you will soon hear more about from Kendall. And then we have our KvarkenSat CubeSat mission that you will hear also more about today. And then its ground station and operation control Center in Vaasa, at the University of Vaasa premises. So these are the general goals that we work for. We have still 1 year to go in this project. We are a little bit more than halfway, and we have made very nice progress, and we are enthusiastic in the project team about what all we can offer to the Kvarken region. Then I would like to hand over the floor to Kendall Rutledge, our project manager from Novia University of Applied Sciences and University of Vaasa. Kendall, now the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. You can hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Heidi. I will present some information about our two demonstration processes. The first one has to do with how we bring data to the region, and also we work to develop for ourselves, but also to share with the region algorithms to use that data. Okay, next. Heidi earlier shared the link, the internet link for our site, and if you go there, or if you have a chance to go there sometimes, if you look under the space portal, this is the location of some of the things I show next. Next slide. One of the issues we have is what will our data look like, and this is some of the working on some algorithms. We know we have some algorithm work in front of us, but we're not really sure what it's like. And so this is an example of one of the tools we've developed already inside of our portal, and anyone can use it to try to understand how spatial sampling of data from certain types of imaging instruments how that might actually work out. So this is an example of when things when the viewing of our region of interest here right in the middle of the Kvarken is clear. The next slide. This shows sort of an example of how the acquisition might be at another time when things aboard the CubeSat and its stability are different from before. But nonetheless, we have to put together algorithms to try to understand how to use these two. We're confident that we can do this. And so this tool is helping us, and you can get to this site and use this tool. But we will bring our process data and put it into a portal. And so this will be some new space data. Next slide. We have already prepared a portal. Heidi mentioned a portal of portals, and this is one example of using that portal. It's also found on the web page that I mentioned earlier. You can our process is to take different types of data and bring it into a database. And what we've done and what I can demonstrate here are we have different access methods to get this to this type of data. So here's a cloud tag or a word cloud tag. We have now approximately 30 old space data sets in our system, and our data from the KvarkenSat will be the first new space type of data that we put here. Next. You can see we have different types of sort of graphical front ends to this type of information. Here's where we have like level of experience to be considered as you access this data. I should mention we have approximately 100 more links that we're working to bring into this database to give the region better access to different types of data. Okay, next. And then finally, we have one that's a forestry theme, a theme-based, and you can see the possibilities here. If I, for example, select one on climate and atmosphere, this is what results. Next. So it brings you to some information that gives you actually to a particular location. This is the Finnish data hub, for example, and then there are different what we call products, and you have access and links to go to these locations and learn more about local types of data. Okay, next, our second demonstration, which will be talked about more in more completely or more thoroughly by in a later presentation by René, is about the Kvarken space, the KvarkenSat mission, and we have been working on this. It's our second demonstration, and it's relatively complicated. And so, what I've tried to do now is to present the mission life cycle components that we're sort of going through. Next. So basically, this is a schedule of processes that need to go on to start off with ideas and produce a space project and to fly it in space. What I intend to do here is show how our members, the different members in our project, are associated with these activities. Next. Really importantly is the initial design and sort of clarifying these the mission in your mind, and this is a process that's gone on, and some of it even still goes on, at more fine details even now. Who has led this is the Luleå University of Technology, and well, in fact, all of our members have been involved with this process. It is to say also that we've included brainstorming sessions at inside of Finland and over in Sweden to get inputs from the regional thinking. What could this KvarkenSat mission be about? And so we've incorporated those. Next. This component, these yellow this yellow section here is about bringing equipment together, working to get it functioning as a single unit, and then getting controlling software. And so this is also led at Luleå, and it's a process that is ongoing now. Once that's done, yes, we need to test the satellite, the Cube satellite, and all of its processes. The Swedish Space Institute will be involved with this. There's environmental testing and then functional testing. Next, we have an important aspect of communicating with the system has to do with getting it's effectively international permissions to use different frequencies for communication. This is a process that's being headed at University of Vaasa. Next, we have the ground station. Fortunately, in our project, Luleå and Aalto have experience with this, and we're working we're working with them to accomplish this. Finally, we will operate at University of Vaasa. This system, once it's in space, will have a ground and space segment that are functioning. This gives really a quick overview of the processes that go on with developing a Cube satellite project. And as I mentioned, René will more discuss this. I hand this over now to Jari, who is working to bring these space technologies into economic activities here in our regional area. Okay, Jari?
Thank you, Kendall. So our aim also within this project is to facilitate the establishment of an ecosystem around new space opportunities for new innovations, meaning new products, services, spin-offs, and maybe new startup companies as well. And we have been and we are very active with industry outreach efforts and collaboration with companies within several industries and value chains. For example, energy, forestry, maritime, logistics, and also within a larger set of teams such as urban metabolism and circular economy teams as well. So one key aspect what we are looking into in our region is especially new applications for space-based data utilization. And a lot of this space-based data is openly available already. A lot of it from for example, ESA's programs like Sentinel and also other sources as well, and finding opportunities to utilize the existing data for real business needs or new data services or products. Also, there exists opportunities within the upstream segment of business as well, meaning more on the technology side of things, and those could be characterized by energy, for example, in our area. So what we are also doing is introducing different types of hackathons and business development workshops for our area, companies and industries and students, and basically all the Triple Helix actors to come and join in these events. Our next event is going to be the NASA's International Space Apps Challenge next October. It's going to be a remote session this year as well, October 2nd to 3rd precisely. And also what we do is try to develop these opportunities forward to find and introduce suitable funding opportunities and introducing these to companies who want to pursue specific development activities onward. And of course, our business incubator, the West Coast Startup, also supports with business incubation services for potential ideas as well. So the local competence aspect will of course be one key as to how things are going to be pushed or developed forward, and it will heavily characterize what we are going to be doing in the future. We are doing that quite extensively also within the project group, and also trying to work with the companies to bring out and disseminate the understanding on these new opportunities, so that they can identify and utilize these if they identify a specific match. And also how this will develop within our region is to understand and develop our own unique skill set and know-how, so that how we can be part of the larger Finnish and the Nordic space ecosystem as a general, as we can build the competence locally, but we should definitely compete and thrive on national and on an international level as well. Any companies who want to entertain their ideas forward with us, please just send us a message and we'll get a discussion going. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Jari, and thank you, Kendall, as well. And as said, here you can find our contact information. KvarkenSpaceCenter.org is the project website. And you will hear in the next presentations then more also about these examples from then Mikko and Antti about data utilization and also the business cases that we have been working on with various partners. I cannot see any questions in the chat at the moment. So I would suggest that we would move on in our agenda now to the second presentation. And now you will hear more about what is our KvarkenSat satellite all about. Where do we stand there, and what will it contain?
Thank you, Heidi. If you allow me to share, then I can share my presentation. Excellent, thank you. And let's start. And I really have to say that I'm really sad that I wasn't able to come today to Vaasa, and it would have been really great to be in person there and talk to you all directly and interact and answer your questions. Well, we'll hopefully have soon another opportunity, so therefore we'll do this online. So let's talk about the KvarkenSat satellite mission. I'm from Luleå University of Technology, from the Kiruna Space Campus. And when you think of Kiruna, sounds Swedish? Yes, it is actually, because we are here about 150 kilometers north of the polar circle. And Kiruna is kind of a space city. We have space quite as an important element of our local ecosystem here, and are connected with the Kvarken region through our university, who has more than one satellite campus, also has some in Piteå and Skellefteå, and also the smallest one here in Kiruna. We have the space campus here that we share with the Swedish National Institute for Space Physics and the IceCat Atmospheric Research Institute, also one of the research institutions that is collaborating, in example, also with Finnish partners. We have the S-Range launch site. You can here see one of the rare images where you see a sounding rocket launch and a balloon launch approximately at the same time. We have the LTU campus here where you see our hallway, and of course also Kiruna city, that is, I think, currently very well known, especially for moving right now from the old city center to a new city center. Well, I'm sure you're all very familiar with the facilities and laboratories and impressive research topics of the University of Vaasa. Let me show you also the laboratories that we have here at the Kiruna Space Campus to give you a little bit of an idea what we are doing here, and it's space science and space engineering. And in particular, the Nano Satellite Lab is the connection here to the KvarkenSat mission. So when it comes to satellites, actually, it is really impressive how space technology developed over the last decades. And when people thought about spaceflight 100 years ago, it is actually very interesting what they assumed how spaceflight would look like, taking into account what was high-tech back then 100 years ago. And that was basically biplanes and Titanic-sized cruise ships. So it was, of course, easy to imagine that if space flight happens then it would be a combination of these high-tech technologies. And that means Titanic-sized biplanes that fly into space. Of course, we smile about this today, then we know, because we know that this will not even be helpful to get into space. And it's not how spaceflight looks today with rockets and satellites. So when we talk about small satellites, because KvarkenSat is a small satellite, then this is maybe a topic you have read mostly recently about as kind of the already by Heidi and Kendall mentioned revolution of the new space commercialization of space activities. But actually small satellites are much older than that. And the space era, the space age, started with small satellites. All of the small satellites that achieved a lot of the milestones, the firsts in the history of spaceflight, were actually, from today's perspective, small satellites. Started with the first satellite, human-made satellite, Sputnik 1 in 1957, which, as you can see here, was a globular shape, 84 kilogram, we would say today, microsatellite, to the first communication, weather, navigation satellites, even the first privately funded satellite, Oscar 3, with 16 kilogram in 1965, was what we would consider today basically a very small microsatellite or a large nanosatellite. And of course, when it comes to universities doing their own satellites and doing space flight, then we should not forget that we just this year celebrate 40 years of university small satellites with the University of Surrey's USAT-1 that was launched in 1981, a 54 kilogram satellite about the size of kind of a small dishwashing machine. So when it comes to classification of satellites, we do this by mass, because mass is the really deciding factor when doing spaceflight. You always have to pay by mass so far when you want to bring something in space. At the end of the day, it's not necessarily the size or the volume, it's really the mass due to the physics that you need to be transported by a large rocket, typically, into space. And make no mistake, space is hard. It's not like in the science fiction movies. When you see rockets today, basically about 2 to 4% of the mass of the satellite, of the rocket, is the payload mass. So from the whole system that stands on the launch pad, the rocket fully fueled with some satellite on top of it, then basically 96, 97% is rocket to bring the satellite into space, and 2, 3, maybe 4% is the satellite itself. Satellites have different sizes. And of course, there are still the very large satellites, the big birds, as we call them, like here, EnviSat on the right side of that slide, a typical large size Earth observation satellite, incredible performance, brings back an incredible amount of data over a long term, over a decade. But these are very large, very complex, and very expensive systems. So for a long time, people thought about if it would be worth to make things easier and cut down the tasks to maybe building smaller satellites that do one thing well and not trying to operate in a very complex manner, 10 to 12 different payloads. So when it comes to that, everything that is under 500, below 500 kilogram of mass is considered a small satellite internationally, with the mini satellites below 500 kilogram to approximately 100 kilogram. GRACE, and also an Earth observation mission measuring gravitational disparities and inhomogeneities, is a perfect example of such a mini satellite. And then, of course, we can go smaller to the microsatellites. One of the very, very common topics or very, very common sizes and classifications and classes of small satellites. And here again, the already mentioned Finnish Ice satellite is a typical representative of this type and class of satellites, a microsatellite, 70 kilogram. And you see here just under 1 meter cube, basically, 70 centimeter by 60 centimeter, by 3.25 meters, but only when the solar arrays are unfolded. Otherwise, it is basically 70 centimeter by 60 centimeter by about 50 centimeters. Small microsatellites are very common also with universities. DLR TUBSAT, a German space agency university satellite, is one of these examples, under 50 kilograms. They are still very popular worldwide. In Japan, an example, many universities built these. But of course, with the so-called CubeSat revolution a few years ago, nanosatellites and smaller satellites became very popular. Bright Austria, an Austrian university satellite, is one of these examples. You see here a few kilogram size. And of course, one of the most common classes nowadays for almost 20 years now are the so-called CubeSats. CubeSats are basically satellites that are measured in units, and one unit is about 10 by 10 by 10 centimeters, about 1 to 1.3 kilogram mass. And S-Cube, the first Estonian satellite, is a good representation here. So what's the big deal with small satellite versus large satellites? First of all, we don't see it as a versus. We don't see it as a competition, because we know today, even if there are commercial interests, small satellites and large satellites can be very complementary. The advantage of small satellites is you focus basically on one function or one task rather than a very complex mission, and that shortens mission and development times, project time overall, and lowers the cost, especially if you gain experience and build small nanosatellites again and again. So your development times can shorten to maybe 3.5 years, even with more experience in doing this regularly, to 2 years or even less. And the costs go significantly down from maybe over €1 billion to several million euros. Of course, make no mistake, a CubeSat like this, of course, cannot replace the Hubble Space Telescope, because for physical reasons, you can't get the telescope, the optical telescope part in such a tiny satellite. But there are many tasks that can be performed by small satellites. And with today's miniaturization of technologies, we can do impressive things. And that's actually thanks to all of you, because you and being interested in having more performant and even smaller mobile phones led to a revolution in miniaturization of technologies. And this is directly connected also to what we partially use today with small satellites. An example, a nanosatellite like the KvarkenSat. But we come back to your mobile phone in a moment. So how big or how small is KvarkenSat actually? Well, it is really small. It's less than 25 centimeters high, a little bit over 20 centimeters actually, and has a 10 by 10 centimeter base because it uses the CubeSat standard. And it's a 2-unit CubeSat, or a little bit larger than 2-unit CubeSat. So it is approximately less than 2.6 kilograms. What is a good comparison? Well, let me plant a catchy idea instead of a catchy song in your head, because when you take maybe your orange juice for breakfast from one of these large Tetra packs, they are standardized too. And they're about 9 by 9 centimeters on the base and about 23 centimeters high. So actually, all of you, I would like to remember next time you take out the orange juice for breakfast or so from your fridge, that moment you think, oh, that's actually the size of the KvarkenSat. And it's really great. And you're excited as we are that the awesome people of the Kvarken Space Center put so much wonderful technology and impressive technology in such a small format. So think about it the next time you have your orange juice. So what is it what we put in? Well, of course, a satellite needs a purpose, and this is the payloads. So as it was already mentioned, we have several payloads from our Finnish partners, actually 3 payloads and a technology demonstration, all coming from our Finnish partners, starting, of course, with the already mentioned navigation GNSS receiver to do research in the field of GNSS signals and improving navigational services in the future. Because we are just in the beginning. The fact that you're using a navigation system and have a chip in your mobile phone that can receive signals from navigation satellites and helps you finding your way and not using a paper map anymore is just the starting point. There are many, many more exciting applications. An example, very recently, I just saw that for the first time, a real-time connection to improve emergency services was just done a few days ago by German Space Agency, DLR. And basically, they use navigation satellites and the interaction with a ground station to use these information about ambulances in a large city in Berlin, my hometown, and to make their way to an emergency faster by basically using these navigational information directly sent in real time through satellites to a ground station, and using this to switch basically traffic lights to green so that emergency responders, ambulances can directly drive to the location of the emergency and is not stopped by traffic lights anymore. So you see a very hot topic, especially in times of also when we read a lot about disasters and how navigational information can provide valuable information, saving lives when first responders need this information. The other one is the cubic inch camera hyperspectral imager. Kendall already talked a little bit about this, a very impressive miniaturized instrument that we will use to demonstrate the capabilities of such small nanosatellites for Earth observation tasks. And then an AIS receiver from Aalto University, which is a system that monitors ship movements. So to help basically with traffic monitoring, optimizing traffic monitoring, but also useful when it comes to emergencies. And we also have technology demonstration on board from Finland, the Aurora propulsion system, which is a very new, sustainable, actually, type of green propulsion system, something we need more and more also in space to be more sustainable when it comes to using our space environment more responsible. So these are all very hot topics, and we are very glad to have all these things on board of the KvarkenSat. So how does this all fit together? Actually very tight. You see here several of the systems, including the payloads and the satellite systems, providing everything that is needed for the payloads. That's the important task of the satellite. The payload itself is the purpose of the mission, but all the satellite systems are there to make sure that the payload can operate, that the payload is fine, that the payload basically gets everything it needs. That means the satellite provides the power to operate the payloads and the satellite itself. It provides the telecommunication system to connect to the ground station at the University of Vaasa that is currently under setup, as you saw in Kendall's slides. It's about the onboard data handling that is needed to process the data from the payloads, but also things like attitude control to point the payloads at the right direction. An example, the camera down to Earth, or even the thermal control so that the payloads always feel good, kind of, being in the right temperature range and work and operate correctly. All of this, as a surprise, might sound familiar, and I wanted to come back to your mobile phone, because basically, actually, if you're ever asked next party where you are, what are the subsystems of the satellite and why are you so excited about the KvarkenSat? Actually, we have almost everything on board that is on board of a mobile phone, from an onboard computer to a payload, you know, your camera where you can make nice selfies. We don't do selfies with ours. To thermal control, to power supply with a battery on board, and of course a communication system, and even in mobile phone sensors for attitude control. We actually even have actuators for attitude control. Well, how are we doing this? Well, we basically get a lot of the components commercial off the shelf, as we say, from space companies who build these components. The advantage of the CubeSat standard, as you can see here, is a standardized interface electronically and mechanically. So companies like GomSpace you see here, or ISIS, or CubeSpace with their IDCS systems build these standardized components, and they fit right away immediately into your small satellite, into your nano satellite structure. It's a little bit like building with Legos, just a little bit more complex and much more testing. So you see several components here. We have motherboards on board. We have, of course, mass memory. We have a transceiver system for communication. We need antennas. We have solar panels on the outside of the satellite to generate the energy we need. And such a satellite is really a low energy system. We can learn a lot from this, and a lot of these technologies already made their way into energy saving technologies for terrestrial purpose, because we operate all these exciting payloads basically with a few watts that we generate from our solar arrays. And then, of course, the battery pack that might look a little bit like the batteries you might know from home, but these are a little bit more adjusted to the harsh space environment and really tested to deal with the really difficult conditions in space. Nevertheless, their technologies also found their way already into terrestrial use, and you can find them basically today as non-space qualified batteries for high performance applications. So all of this fits into these really small box of 10 by 10 centimeters on the base and about a little bit over 20 centimeters high. But hardware is not all. So as Kendall already mentioned, the software becomes more and more important, because with all these exciting hardware components today, it's actually feasible to have computer performance on board of such a small box. Remember, just slightly bigger than your orange juice Tetra Pak, that we have today performance capabilities that are similar to what you might have in your laptop or in your PC at home, and definitely more than what was available on board of satellites 20 or 15 or 10 years ago. So that gives the wonderful opportunity to basically use software to adjust your satellite to the task and use the capabilities of the hardware on board to kind of have a software-defined satellite. Some of you might have heard about software-defined radio, but many people today with the capabilities of CubeSats even talk about software-defined satellites. So all of this, what you see here, of course, are the mandatory functions that you need to do with the satellite to keep the satellite operational. We say housekeeping. So basically, like your apartment, keep your satellite operational and keep it clean, like you want to do the same with your apartment or your house, but also provide all the necessary functions to operate the different payloads at the different parts and different phases of the mission. So where will KvarkenSat go? Actually, the plan is to put KvarkenSat into a so-called sun-synchronous orbit or something similar. So you might remember that some of the satellite for broadcasting and for your TV programs that you can see with the satellite dish are actually in the so-called geostationary orbit. So they are orbiting Earth at an equatorial orbit, but quite far away, about 36,000 kilometers above Earth's surface. We actually would like to have an orbit that flies over most parts or almost all parts of the world, and especially land masses and the populated areas. And so we don't want to fly around the equator, especially if we are only a few hundred kilometers above the Earth's surface, we would not see the whole Earth. So it's more common then for these type of Earth observation satellites to fly in polar or near polar orbits. And the sun-synchronous orbit, as you can see here, is such an orbit, because basically the Earth is rotating under the satellite while the satellite is orbiting Earth. Also, it's important because with the ground station Vaasa, you want to see your satellite. It needs to fly over your ground station every now and then, a few times a day actually, and then you're able to contact your satellite. So we target about 500 kilometers altitude. You see here with an inclination that is not polar, but near polar, actually a little bit further. And that provides us with the opportunity to fly very often over the Kvarken region. So that said, when it comes to all of these things, then you might have asked your question before, how far is it from here to space? Well, actually, we fly our satellites in a few hundred kilometers. But in reality, space starts right here, right now, in example, at the Kvarken Space Center at the University of Vaasa. That said, thank you very much. And I'll stop sharing here and give back the word to Heidi. Thank you.
Thank you, René. Very exciting information about our KvarkenSat satellite. I cannot see any questions in the YouTube stream chat. I was wondering, is there any questions there on site at the festival premises?
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Not at the moment, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, René. We are all very excited about the satellite, and we are hoping that everything goes according to plan, and then that everything also goes according to the plan to have it launched towards the end of next year. We will keep you posted. Okay, then we will move on forward in our agenda, and next we will hear how economic forecasting can be conducted from space-based data. And Assistant Professor Mikko Ranta, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Heidi. So, good afternoon, everyone. So, first the screen sharing part, just a moment. Okay, do you see my screen now, the presentation?
Yes.
Yes, great, thank you. Okay, so I'm I have 15 minutes and I'm planning to talk you something about economic forecasting from space. So why use remote sensing for economic forecasting? It has been used quite a lot already. I think something like 20 years ago, they were using night lights to forecast or estimate the economic activity in countries and so on. And nowadays they are using to smaller entities like companies. And why it's so useful for it, first of all, it's objective, the information that is provided by companies. For example, it can be biased or falsified. For example, if we think some emissions, they are at the moment, we trust the numbers that companies themselves are reporting to us, that how much they are emitting different, for example, greenhouse gases and so on. And it gives us objective information. It gives us more up-to-date information. Many economic information is acquired quarterly. For example, companies are reporting how they are doing quarterly. It's quite slow. If we can use remote sensing data, that can be acquired even many times a day, so it's much more on time. And of course, investors and analysts, they are always looking new signals that they can use to improve their forecast when they try to figure out how the economy is doing overall, or how the one company is doing. They are always looking alternative data sources so they can beat the market. They know better how the company is doing. And of course, it's very useful for sustainability monitoring, and that's very, very important nowadays. I just checked that at the moment, the number is something like 43 trillions in assets that is invested to companies that are that have high ESG, high environmental rules and so on. So huge money is already in these environmental friendly companies. So sustainability and economic performance, they are tightly entangled nowadays. And of course, it's not just for investors, it's not just for analysts, it's also important for companies to promote how they are doing their actions sustainably, and how their actions are responsible. They want to promote that using objective information, and they can do that using satellite data. They can show that how their factories are not polluting and so on. Okay, so what kind of remote sensing data is useful for economic forecasting? Actually, many different types of remote sensing data can be used for economic forecasting. If we start from large-scale economic activity of whole countries, we can use different emissions, nitrogen dioxide. It can be measured using, and all the data is offered freely by the Sentinel satellites. And those emissions come mainly from traffic and specific industry sectors. And the level of emissions directly tells us something about the activity of those industries. Here is a good example from China. There is a 1 year difference between these two images, and this one here. There were those COVID restrictions in China, and as you can see, those restrictions decreased traffic and economic activity. So these emissions work as a proxy to estimate the economic activity of countries and smaller entities, as we will soon see. Sulfur dioxide can be used similarly to measure economic activity. It can be used to measure the activity of a little bit different industries. But we have to be careful with these emissions, because it's not directly so that more the country is polluting, more emissions are coming from a specific country, higher is the GDP, because developed countries, they are using a lot of green tech, and that is decreasing emissions. So we need to calibrate our system if we want to use these emissions as a measure of economic activity. Of course, we can always measure the difference and use that to measure this activity. Okay, deforestation is not good from the nature conservation perspective, but of course, usually at least for developing countries, deforestation is connected to the economic activity of that country. Large deforestation, they are cutting trees away of roads and factories and so on. So it can be directly used as a proxy for economic activity. And night lights, as I already mentioned, at least academic research has used night lights to estimate the economic activity of countries and so on, something like 20 years already. It was the first satellite data source that was used to measure economic activity. And of course, the spread of urban areas that has lights, it's directly related to economic activity, and it is working equally well for developing and developed countries. And if we decrease the scale a little bit and we start to think about different industries, there are many ways how we can analyze the economic condition or activity of different industries, like oil industry. This is a very clever trick how they can use satellite optical images to measure the amount of crude oil that we have in crude oil tanks around the world. That there's investors and many satellite data providers. They are following all the crude oil tanks around the world, and they are using these shadows to estimate the amount of crude oil inside those tanks. So the shadow that we have inside the tank, because these crude oil tanks, they have floating roofs. So the shadow inside the tank can be used to measure at what height the roof is. And the shadow that is outside the tank here, it can be used to measure what is the size of this tank. So using these two shadows, and of course the location and where the sun is, using AI algorithms, it is possible to calculate the amount of crude oil that is inside that oil tank. And when we do that for all the oil tanks around the world, we can estimate the crude oil inventories, and that can be used to estimate how oil industry is doing at the moment. Agricultural land monitoring. With high frequency data, we can forecast the crop yields. And of course, this is very important for companies that are using agricultural products. So this kind of information is connected to economic activity. Then mining industry, we can use satellites to estimate how much changes there are in ore stockpiles. So, and of course, that is connected to the activity of mines. And when we again do this to the mines around the world, we get an estimate of the economic activity of mining industry. And this is important information, of course, when we are forecasting overall economic activity, but of course, it's very important information for companies that are using these ores, for example, metal industry. And we can use machine learning algorithm to automatically detect the amount of green energy around the world, how much solar panels there are around the world, how much windmills there are. So many possibilities to evaluate what kind of economic activity and how much they are building new things. And many of these innovations need machine learning algorithms, because of course, it would be too laborious to start calculating by hand how many solar panels there are around the world. And when we put machine learning to the task, we just need a lot of computing power, and everything happens automatically. And optical images, maybe the latest way to estimate economic activity, because the resolution is so high. We can use optical images, and again, machine learning, we can calculate how many airplanes are parked outside airports, how much there are ships outside ports, how much there are cars outside rental parking lots. This is directly telling us something about the economic activity. If there is, for example, here, COVID restrictions are in order. And as you can see, the car rental parking lot is full of cars because people are not moving, and this is slowing down economic activity. Here are airplanes parked because of the COVID restrictions. So this is directly telling us something about the economic activity. And these optical images and improved spatial resolution, also temporal resolution and machine learning, this is the key for new innovations that we have in economic forecasting, because now we can start to forecast also the economic activity of individual companies. If we can, of course, we can use these optical images to estimate the economic activity of whole countries, but we can do the same to forecast how, for example, individual companies are doing. So let's calculate how many cars there are, employee cars there are outside factories, and for retail stores, we can calculate how many customers, how many cars there are outside parking lots of these big retail stores. And actually this has been used, hedge funds are using this, and this is also used in academic research to estimate or tested that can it be used to predict the next quarter return for that company. And I believe those results were quite good, that it is a very useful information. You can beat the market by calculating the cars outside retail stores. So this opens up new opportunities because we can now follow individual companies, individual factories. We can track supply chains using mobile phone location and satellite data. Are the products of companies produced responsibly? This is related to ESG. That is very, very important. Are those companies acting responsibly? And nowadays we can also measure these emissions, or the resolution of emission maps is already so good that we can measure the emission of individual factories. Those 3 Sentinel satellites, that the resolution of those emission maps, it's not high enough that we could measure the emissions from individual factories, but commercial satellites are already offering emission maps where we can measure the amount of emission from one specific location, from one factory. And that is of course a game changer, because now we can use these emissions to estimate that at what level the factories of a specific company they are working, and that of course directly related how that company is doing. And it's of course very important for ESG evaluation, how much emissions this company is producing, and is it in line with their own reporting, because at the moment we need to trust those companies, what they report, how much they are producing emissions. And related to that, I just saw a very excited article how they in the University of St. Gallen, they will soon be able to locate all fossil fuel plants around the world, and they estimate how much CO2 is emitted from them, and then they can evaluate the amount of emissions and are those values in line with the reports that those companies are reporting. And the last example, quite exciting, Orbital Insight article, how they explain how they followed the building of this oil refinery, Hungary refinery. I don't remember the country anymore, but they were following many different things while this refinery was built. They were following foot traffic, how much and where people were walking there. Using computer vision, they were detecting new buildings and other infrastructure changes, crude oil fill rates from floating roof oil tanks, as I explained. And then they were following ships that were arriving to this refinery and leaving that. And they were also using shortwave infrared to detect flares. As we know, there are these flares from oil refineries, a byproduct of refinery operations that tells us also about the activity of that refinery. And when we combine all these different sources, we get a very, very detailed picture what is happening at that construction site, what is the how finished that oil refinery is, and so on. So we can follow these companies in high detail at the moment. And final concluding remarks, all those examples, all those recent innovations, they need two factors: high spatial and temporal resolution. If we want to have benefits from satellite data, we need to have that information daily or weekly, because companies are anyway reporting their values quarterly. So if we just get one value per year, one satellite data image per year, it's not useful. And of course, we need high resolution if we want to follow individual companies. Another thing, of course, is this machine learning algorithms. We need those because most of those estimates don't need to be done automatically, because it would be too laborious to do by hand. Okay, thank you.
Excellent, thank you, Mikko. Do we have any questions from the audience there? There has not been any questions in the YouTube stream chat so far. These were excellent examples of the new types of and various types of activities that can be monitored related to different economies and fields of industry, what space-based data can provide. Okay, maybe no questions, but these examples that Mikko provided to us, let's kind of go to a more regional level now. And Kvarken Space Conversations is a series of articles that the project has been giving out during the duration of the project. And it addresses exactly these types of activities that Mikko were presenting to you, related to different monitoring activities. And now we will hear about the Kvarken Space Conversation analysis, and Antti will get the floor next.
Yeah, thank you. Let me just see, getting the sharing on. I hope you can everybody see this. I think so. Yeah. Anyway, hi, I'm Antti Kinnunen, and I will tell you a bit about the Kvarken Space Conversations today. I think we are quite, I will go a bit over time because we are already a bit late of the schedule, but let's try to be quick. First, what are the Kvarken Space Conversations? They are a series of popularized demonstrations and examples of remote sensing data applications, and also they provide a very hands-on way, especially on the longer in-depth articles published in our web pages, on how to do this yourself. The short versions, they are published in a Mega magazine, and the longer versions you can find at our website. And the goal of the publications, these publications, is to introduce these types of data tools and possible results to the area. And Kvarken Space Conversations, even though I'm talking about it, it's been a team project. Kendall, Minä, Kannan, Johanna, and Katarina have been participating from the Kvarken Space Economy project, and the excellent, very beautiful layouts that we have been able to publish. The final touches have been done by Andre Palomäki from Studio Andre. And in the examples that we have here published, we have used mostly ESA's and NASA's data. Mikko mentioned earlier the requirements of higher spatial and temporal resolutions. Unfortunately, most of these free sources of data, they cannot provide that high spatial or temporal resolution, but they can provide the ways to interact with the data, the opportunity to learn to work with the data, to apply the algorithms, and then use the same algorithms in the private data, which can offer better resolutions. And please, you can contact us at the kvarkenspacecenter.univaasa.fi email address, and please visit the project website. We have a lot of more details about these examples that we go through today there, and lots of interesting links and all kinds of good stuff there. So contents of the talk, we have the short introduction that what is the Kvarken space conversation. After that, we go through few types of Earth observation imaging sensors and the basic principles that they involve. And after that, we go through few examples picked from the Kvarken space conversations of each of these sensor types. In this talk, the detail level is higher than in the articles published in the Mecha magazine, but as we are also pressed for time, the detail level is not the same as in the site. So if you get interested in some topic, please go to our website and see more detail. And also if you have something to ask, I'm getting feedback from my own voice. Thank you. Now it went away. Also, if you have something to ask, you can ask during or after the presentation or via email. So, Earth observation sensors. Principal data source that we have from Sentinel-2 is optical sensor, and optical sensors in satellites they use the electromagnetic radiation that originates in the sun. And as it originates from there, it arrives to Earth and meets the atmosphere. And it can interact in several different ways during its entry. When it goes first through the atmosphere to the surface. In the surface, it can also have complicated interactions with some things in the surface, and some part of it is usually reflected back. And as it goes back through the atmosphere to the optical sensor in the satellite, it has again many kinds of interactions on the way. But what electromagnetic radiation arrives to the optical sensor, that's what the satellite tracks. So to get rid of these kind of atmospheric distortions, atmospheric corrections are used, and they are based on the detailed knowledge of what kind of meteorological situation was there in the atmosphere at the time these observations were done, and the general understanding of the atmosphere, what kind of molecules there are, and we have quite precise knowledge of the profile of the electromagnetic radiation incoming from the sun. But there are distortions that needs to be taken care of before manipulating the image. And second type, quite common sensor, is a radar in a satellite. The basic principle how that works is different than in optical, because radar itself is an active actor there. It sends out its own electromagnetic pulse that travels through the atmosphere, and meet something on the surface, some of it gets reflected back, and the radar collects that information. So when it sends out a pulse, it knows the time it was sent, and it knows the return time. So it can basically calculate distances to different things. And radar, it works on the microwave wavelengths, and there's much less distortion in the atmosphere. But of course, in radar images, because they aren't images in the traditional sense, we get different kind of distortions that we need to keep our mind on when we work with them. And then there are other types of sensors, like in Mikko's presentation. There's a lot of different kind of sensors that measure different gases, molecules, how much of them are in the atmosphere, radioactivity, and there's lots and lots of different kind of sensors. But what we are looking at here today are these kind of passive sensors that don't measure the electromagnetic radiation originated in the sun and reflected from Earth, but electromagnetic radiation that's emitted from the Earth. And we are taking a look at two types of that kind of electromagnetic radiation: heat, and then the night lights. Night lights, it's mostly a result of human activity, but there are, like we will see today, there are some natural causes for that as well. And the electromagnetic spectrum, electromagnetic radiation is the tool that we have, and not all wavelengths pass through the Earth. We have the optical window and then the radio window. And in today's examples, the optical, we use Sentinel-2 there. It's here. It has the visible light and then a bit to the infrared area. And nighttime lights, it's mostly visible light on the VERSE instrument, but it's a bit to the ultraviolet and a bit to the infrared as well. Heat, we use Landsat 8 and Sentinel-2. They are here on the infrared area. And Sentinel-2 radar, it's C-band radar, it's here in the microwave area and on this radio window. And on these areas of the electromagnetic spectrum, it does not really pass through the atmosphere. But we have few points here where we can make observations from the space. And we'll get to the optical examples, and the data source in these was Sentinel-2. And Sentinel-2 is a constellation of 2 satellites. They are almost identical. There are bit differences because they were launched at separate times and spent a bit different time in space. But another important thing is to remember that the data is freely accessible. The products can be downloaded here, and there are a lot of services offered by Copernicus that where more processed results can be gotten as well. But Sentinel-2 satellites, they have the multispectral instrument riding with them, and it tracks electromagnetic radiation on 13 different bands. And band here can be thought as a shorthand for an area on the electromagnetic spectrum where it tracks. We have it here on the x-axis, and on the y-axis we have the spatial resolution. And some of these bands are measuring at 10 meter spatial resolution, some at 20 and some at 60. What it means that on 10 meter spatial resolution, you can only pick up things that are 10 meters or bigger. Same for 20 and 60. And here is the visual light area, near infrared, and the shortwave infrared bands are here. So what does it mean that we have multispectral data on our disposal? Because different wavelengths, they interact when they encounter different things on the ground. The wavelength of the radiation affects what happens and how much of it is reflected back and measured by the satellite. So in the center here we have quite a normal RGB image of Vaasa. And this is quite similar to something that you would put on if you put a camera to airplane and would take a picture on top of Vaasa. This is what it would look like. On the even computer images, they have 3 image color channels. So we have red, green and blue. And for these values have been used here, P4, Sentinel-2 red band, P3 Sentinel-2 green band, and P2 Sentinel-2 blue band. And here in the left we have an example of what happens when we shift things a bit around. Most importantly, we have used for red color the values from the Sentinel-2 near infrared band, P8. And what it does is that because near infrared chlorophyll reflects back very strongly, and so when we use those values for the vegetation for the red, we get the vegetation showing up very bright red. And on the right, there's another example. Here's a vegetation index where, false color vegetation image where shortwave infrared has been used red and near infrared for green. And what that allows, it also presents the vegetation very brightly, but also as a time series you can compare these images and get better understanding of the plant's health, because the shortwave infrared that reflects very well and correlates well with the amount of water in the plants. And amount of water in the plants is usually a good indicator for the health of the vegetation. So back to the multispectral idea is that when we have an image, and image consists of pixels, and basically we have the measurements on all 13 different bands on 13 different wavelengths for the same pixel. We work with the data. We can simply work with the largest grid, or interpolate, or use other techniques to make sure that we have for each pixel we have all the values we are interested about. And what we can do with these values, besides changing up what color we saw, so in which channel, we can do some calculations with it, because like we talked about, the different wavelengths, they interact differently with different things on the ground. So to utilize that differences, indexes are one way where you get a value in one band and value in another, and you put that ratio down into a pixel grid. And once you have filled your pixel grid with the calculated values, you can start to color it. And once you have colored it according to these values you have put there, and based on this coloring, you can get very nice visualization of the index in question. Here we have the snow index, which is good indicator for the probabilities of snow, and it uses band 3 and band 11 of the Sentinel-2 data. But that's very simple index. But the NDVI, which is a very commonly used index to see how much green vegetation is around, it's not that much complex. Basically, we can do same thing here. We can calculate the value of the index based on two bands. Another gets high values in the presence of chlorophyll. Near infrared, we get good reflection from the chlorophyll, and on the red band, vice versa, chlorophyll absorbs there very well. So if we do the same process and use a bit different coloring, calculate the index values for two images, then we have the possibility to do some straightforward math with them. So if we subtract the earlier image values from the later image values, we get the result. And in this result, high positive number means that in the later image we have more indicators for presence of chlorophyll than in the earlier one. And if we get negative values, then there's more green vegetation in the earlier image. And if we pick any color scheme we want, here we have used red for those where the growth of the green vegetation has been highest, yellow for those where it has been medium, and blue for these where the amount of green vegetation has been decreasing. And if we do that for two whole images, then we get a result like here. Here we have done it in an area near Vöri, calculated the NDVI for two separate images and done the subtraction, and we get here with red the areas where the growth has been high, yellow the areas where the growth of green vegetation has been medium, and with blue the areas where the amount of green vegetation has decreased. And another way to utilize the information that we have from these observations at different wavelengths is that we can cluster things. If our starting point is the RGB image shown in the previous slide, if we zoom in and pick two random pixels, green field and brown field, and here on the x-axis we see the band measurements, wavelength and the corresponding band, and on the y-axis we see the measured digital number. Digital numbers are basically unitless, they don't have a physical meaning, but they are comparable in the same image and across the Sentinel-2 images. But it's enough for us if we are interested in the ratios and across time, if we are interested in the change across time. To tie them down to geophysical variables requires meters on the ground, and it's a longer process. But here we can see easily that in green field we have the stronger reflection indicating presence of chlorophyll. But if we add more pixels, then it comes very hard for us to really understand the data. There doesn't seem to be any logical way how these are divided. And human eye, it's very good at spotting clusters, but when we have more than 3 dimensions, now we have 13 dimensions, it gets hard. It's better to use something automatic for it. And we used K-means clustering. It's a very, very straightforward process to cluster data for the whole image, and we ended up with 4 different classes. And as we see here, the blue class, it has very low and almost non-existent reflectance across the bands. And here, when we put it to the map, this cluster, it consists of sea, lakes, and we have some bigger building roofs there as well. Green class, we have low reflectance, especially on the chlorophyll curve there, and we see here that the green class then consists of mostly forests, and there were some brown fields that are then classed with green. Yellow, we get the average fields and undergrowth near the forest roads, and that kind of a bit more greener places, and with the orange we get the highest chlorophyll values, the highest most greenest fields and some public parks and that kind of areas. But clustering automatically based on the spectral profile, that's how the really heavyweight classification of optical data is based on. The difference is that they use knowledge of the land classes on the ground and more sophisticated algorithms, but this is what it's based on. And the second part we have here is the imaging radar, and like we discussed earlier, radar measures distance, and satellite-based radars, they utilize the movement of the satellite across the flight path to get more precise images. And of course, on the reflection, the radar satellite gets, the type of the material and geometry on the ground also affect the result. And we used here Sentinel-1 data. It's also a constellation of two satellites, and data tools and tutorials are quite freely available as well. And what does a radar image from satellite look like? Here are two shots from Sentinel-1 over Vaasa, and we see, even if these look very much like normal images, there are things that remind us that it's not an image in the sense, it's a result of a mathematical processing, and that the radar physiology also affects the result. For example, here we see the speckle that's common in all radar images, and we basic reason is that under the one unit of observation, the resolution cell, there are various things that each return the reflection, and it's from pass to pass and from next cell to next cell, there's much variance. It can be thought as random noise as well. Way to mitigate is to take several images of the same area and average them out, or then use algorithms to computer vision based algorithms to filter them out. Another reminder that we see here that it's not a normal image are these interferences from transponders that send out electromagnetic radiation on the same wavelength as the radar operates, and we see here these star-like patterns. But like Mikko mentioned, and in the earlier presentations, there are private companies that provide much more detailed data, and here's an example of ICE-Eye spotlight image. As we can see the detail is much higher, but still we have the same issues with speckle, and we see some interference here as well. But one example of the data radar data usage that we have been doing is the composites that we created over the Kvarken sea. And here you can see visualized composite from 5 summers. Summers because during the winter there's ice and it doesn't really make a pretty image. But this gives a good estimation of the situation over these 5 summers. We can see here how the ships pass through the Kvarken, how they disperse here, and interestingly enough, there's a very many ships heading to Umeå, but not that many coming to Vaasa. And we picked the coloring based on the intensity of the result composite images. And as we see here, the ships show up really nice, and some buildings that return strong signal, they are there. And in Umeå direction, we see a lot of ships, and here in Vaasa, there is not that many. Another example that can be done with radar satellites is that if we have two passes of satellite to the same place, and we know the distance, positional difference in where the measurements were made, we can use something a bit akin to triangulation to get the real 3D position of a pixel. And as the radar gets the distance and it knows how far the electromagnetic wave traveled and how long it took, it saves actually the amplitude value and the phase of the returning signal, and with that information you can get centimeter level distances and construct quite detailed elevation maps. Here's just a sort of the initial material, and here is the finished elevation map. It's actually quite a long process, and on this presentation we don't really have an opportunity to go through all the details, but please visit our website and you can get the nitty-gritty details there. And here in the finished digital elevation map, the brighter the color, the higher it is. We did this in Ylläs area, and once we have the demo done, we can do various things to it. For example, use the hill shading. And in the hill shading, we see quite clearly that we have good coherence. We got good results from the two passes where to the peaks of the hills. And here on the lower areas, there's quite poor coherence. It's also like this kind of rubble here. It can be due to moisture changes between the two passes, or it can be radar shadow effects. But for this isn't accurate. But with the demo, we created also elevation contour lines, and then put on top of that the image of the area. And as we see, the contour lines generated based on our digital elevation map, they match the reality pretty nicely. There are some small errors here and there, but generally it looks quite nice. Other sensors, we used heat measurements and longer wave infrared area from Landsat 8 and Sentinel-3. From both we used measurements in 2 bands. I'm also a bit over time already, so I'll go rather quickly. Urban heat island is really effect because in urban urban environments, the materials that we usually use building, they absorb heat well and store it well. So generally the temperature in these kind of environments, it's higher than in the environments where we have more green vegetation, water, and the difference is such that it can be also seen from the satellites. For example, here Sentinel-3 image of the Vaasa and the neighboring areas. We see that the higher temperatures, they tend to be on the locations where there are more human-built environment. And from the same date, a close-up of Vaasa based on the Landsat 8 and the research done by Hermida, Soares, Mantas, Götze, and Rico. We see that on the urbanized areas, the temperatures are higher than in the forested areas, and here are some of the larger industrial buildings. So either there's two options: either their roofs collect a lot of heat, or there's something machinery that they use there that emits a lot of heat that also shows up here. And another day in the spring, the result is pretty similar, that the urbanized areas get higher heat levels, but we can identify here some of the areas where there are industrial areas in Vaasa and using a lot of electricity and generating heat as well. Another sensor product that we have is the nighttime lights that Mikko also mentioned, and we used the data from Suomi National Polar Orbiting Partnership satellite. It's American satellite, and the Suomi is just there because of it's a name of a physicist. And it has the VIRS instrument, and VIRS instrument has one band that tracks it pretty much from 300 to 1100 nanometers, so for a bit over the visible area on both ends. And how does the nightlight data look? Here we have on the left, we have the Sentinel-2 composite. We created it over the winter-spring data of 2020, if I remember correctly. And from the same time period next to it and the same area, we have the nighttime lights data, collected averages over the months. And we see here that the urban centers, they light up pretty nicely. And also we developed an app, and you can go to our web page and you find a link to the app there where you can do nighttime light difference exploration. And on the A, you pick a data set, a time, and the data between these two dates, and B, you pick another length of time, and in the C, you can pick then either the raw difference or then the our created algorithms, new things or lost things that both try to identify change that isn't just not
normal seasonal, that it's something really new or changing. And with the app we did some interesting observation. For example, here's a volcanic eruption. I'm not going to even try to pronounce the name of this volcano, but you see it here. Fall 2014 data from the volcano can be seen as a yellow circle. It was erupting then, so there was a lot of light coming out. And in the middle you see a tiny red speck, and that's from 2015 when the light when the eruption was over. So not all nightlight data is human generated. It can pick up these kind of things. And here's another example from Seinäjoki, where we have two different dates, and on bluish color we have the just the amount of change, but the new things as identified here, the new pathway around Seinäjoki Idea Park, I think, and this is probably the new constructions in the hospital area there. And the economic activity, nighttime lights, like Mikko said, can be a proxy for that, and it can be changed in the nightlight data can be as a proxy for the change in the economic activity as well. And here in Shanghai, where we can see the difference, just the difference amount on light blue, and on the purple color, the new areas that have been popping up. And if we take a closer look on this area with alternative coloring, we see the yellow, the data from 2014, and then 2020, the change between these dates. So we see that there are new highways generated, new urban areas, and a lot of economic activity. We did similar test for Finland, and the changes were quite minimal when comparing to China on this same period. So in conclusion, we very quickly went through many things, but I remind you that please visit our webpage. You can take a more in-depth look at these things there as well. But hopefully you could get a sense of a few different types of Earth observation sensors, what can be done with the optical data products, general idea of the radar data products and what can be done with them, and then some understanding of the thermal sensors and the nighttime lights. But thank you. I'll stop here, and remember our project web page where more details are available.
Thank you, Antti. Excellent tutorial on remote sensing data analytics, satellite imagery analytics. We are over time, and I don't see any questions in the YouTube stream chat. Any questions there from on site?
No. Are there any questions? No questions.
Okay. Well, thank you, everyone. This concludes our Space Saturday. Let me just quickly share my screen again. Just wanted to leave you with our contact information. So as also Antti said, KvarkenSpaceCenter.org, the website that you can reach our results. Also this Kvarken Space Conversation topics that Antti presented to you. And here you can also see our contact email addresses to some of the key persons in this EU Interreg project, Kvarken Space Economy. Thank you all for your interest. Thank you to our great presenters. We have had a great opportunity here to be able to tell our excellent developments here for the Kvarken region. Thank you all.
Yeah.
Bye.
Thank you, Heidi, and thank you all the presenters, and also thank you the organizers for having this excellent festival of few days. And this concludes the Vaasa Future Festival, and we'll see you next year again. Thank you, everyone. And also people who are online, thank you very much.